Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
Dati mihi Anglican po in service Latin.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. It's a little bit hot. Wow, I made it all the way to Friday. At one point, I wasn't sure if I was going to make it to Friday this week. It just seemed like I was be driving forever. Oh, man. But we are here. We made it. Congratulations to one and all. Big congratulations to Fire Girl, handmade by Wendy. First in chat today. Congratulations, Wendy. You are... your promptness is going to be rewarded with a punishment. We're sentencing you to internet ownership. You're responsible for everything IP-related worldwide. I have my keys in my pocket. Not going anywhere. I'm sitting right here all day. All right. Welcome. Those who joined us at the podcast last night, I'd just like to say, as usual, I'm sorry and thank you. No, it was a lot of fun. I appreciate you guys coming. It's great to take a little break once a week and hang out with Thomas. Honestly, one of the highlights of my week. So wonderful time. Had a good time talking about some of the things that bug us, pet peeves. I'm guessing some might come up today, but let's see. YouTube is actually incorrect. Now would not be a good time to insert ads. There we go. All right. Whew. Day one of defense. That's today. They start on a Friday. I hope they start with a bang because they need to. And then the jury can mull that over for the weekend. But it's going to be exciting. Let's see. I didn't know if I was going to make it to Friday either. I'm okay now. Thank you all for asking. Birdie B, glad you made it to Friday as well. I need some... Oh, water has arrived. Delivery has shown up. Thank you, little RA. There we go. 3 waters. That'll get us to lunchtime. I'm going to need some of that before we sing, for sure. Gally May says, I had nightmares about seeing through eyelids contacts. I'm sorry. It's technology. It's where we're going. Give me some key cycles, says EOR. I'm ready for the key cycles. A bottle of water. I've got a bottle of water. That's a terrible accent. I apologize to anyone who feels offended that I was trying to mimic their country's accent. I agree Karen Reed didn't help herself, especially out of context. I'll say that, especially out of context. She didn't. All right. Good morning, says Evangeline Light, to my favorite community. Thank you, Evangeline Light, for being here bright and early this morning. Sarah Bean's here as well. Nico K, defense, woo, cheering there. Army Mom's here. Good morning. Obviously, I don't have time to call you all out, but it's wonderful to see you here. Little Lulu, I see you there. Leva L says, I'm going to miss those slides. I'm going to miss those slides. I do have a couple people who do need a quick mention here, and they, oh, that was a cool whistle. Okay. Kelly H. gifted a membership first thing this morning. Thank you, Kelly. Super generous of you. That is very, very kind of you. And also we had Courtney Alero, I say Alero, but Arleo. Courtney Arleo. Happy Friday, everyone. Lurking while working, but I can't think of a better place I'd rather be. Much love, Courtney. 25 months. Thank you very much, Courtney, for your continued support of the program. This makes it all possible. I appreciate you very much. Barb says, let's go. Before we go, we have to sing happy birthday. The first rule brought by the great Bruce Rivers is to stop self-snitching. Just zip it. That helps so much. All right. Kaylee, great to be seen. Better seen than viewed, right? Kaylee? Isn't that what they say? Viewing means that it was an unfortunate circumstance in which you're seeing me. 80s Music Man, Neon Gamer, says, my nephew graduated high school. I just want to brag. I'm a happy uncle. Great. That is awesome. Congratulations. One of my sons finished school today, which is really cool. All right, No Pants Friday it is, so we're keeping the camera up high just for that reason. Although it's been pretty much no pants all week. I'm a big fan of shorts, just huge fan of shorts. All right, muscles warmed up, ready for the birthday dance. Do we have any birthdays today to celebrate? That's the $1 million question. Is there somebody who needs to be celebrated? Do we have any mods in chat? Oh, Amber's here. I see Amber. And she was calling me out on my accent. Hold, please, says Amber. Okay, birthdays will be coming shortly. She's going to check the form. And let me know. I would love Mrs. Ari's cinnamon rolls recipe. I would as well. Well, I'd like her to make it. I think we've given it out before. I'll see if I can find it. Maybe I think our next cooking show is going to be the cinnamon rolls. Although it takes a couple hours to do it, so we'll have to stage some and then mix another batch. I'll basically get 2 batches out of it, and you get none. But at least you'll see how it works. Jersey Prods is tomorrow. Awesome. We'll get Jersey Prods on the list. Sharon Ken Sharp, member for 26 months of the jury. Thank you very much. 26 months and RA is still as sharp as ever. I adjusted the focus this morning just to keep myself sharp. Thank you. Let's see. There's Josh comes in with Tanya K, Frosty Jen, Christy, Lisa, Christy M, 2 Christies, Jersey Prods, all celebrating their birthday, and granddaughter Penelope, says Francis. So hang on one second. Let me grab these. Josh, you did a great job. Thank you. Copy. And then right here, I'm going to paste. And then right here, I'm going to grab Penelope. Let's say copy. Right here, I'm going to say comma. Paste. All right, I've got them all. Let's see. Anybody else that needs to be on the birthday list before we start singing? Because once we start, it's sort of too late to add. Let's see. I think we're good. I think we got everybody. Penelope is 11? Penelope's 11? That is awesome. We will definitely add Penelope to the list. All right. Here's what I have. Here's the latest and greatest. Josh got it for me. There we go. All right, everyone, please join with me before court starts. We've got just a couple minutes. We need to sing quickly. Join with me. We're going to sing happy birthday to Tanya K, Frosty Jen, Christy, Lisa, Christy M, Jersey Prods, and Penelope, who is 11. Everyone stand up where you are. Take a deep breath, shoulders back. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with your neighbor. And warm up with me, if you will. La, 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 la. There we go. There we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Tanya K, Frosty Jen, Glenn, Penelope, Christy, Lisa, Christy M, and Jersey Prods. Happy birthday to you. Did Glenn did he throw a Glenn in at the last minute? And Glenn. Okay. That was a terrible. Should we try it again on verse 2? I wasn't expecting Glenn. Here we go. Everybody again. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Tanya K, Frosty, Jen, Glenn, Penelope, Christy, Lisa, Christy M, and Jersey Prods. Happy birthday to you. That was a little better. Tanya K, Frosty, Jen, Glenn, Penelope, Christy, Lisa, Christy M, and Jersey Prods. Happy birthday. There are many wonderful days. There are many, many wonderful days. Today is your special day. And we would like to make it special because we realize there are a million people you could have celebrated with. A million places you could have been. You chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. We'd like to return part of that back to you and make your day a little more special. Or begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Bob Evans, and one other place. Cracker Barrel, maybe? Cracker Barrel? Free pancakes. Great way to start the day. Happy birthday. The dancers did a great job on the kicks, especially today. I see most of you who did a lot of stretching, higher than normal. How do you find the birthday link? You ask and Amber delivers. That's how it works. Currently planning a road trip, a pancake road trip for free pancakes. We're going to hit all the joints. We've got a drum solo to end the birthday song, so everyone join with me. It's going to go like this. That's a snare. Beautiful. We had the hi-hat over here, and over here we got the snare. That's what I'm doing. You can't see I'm doing the bass with my feet as well, but I assume you are as well on that end. All right, what are the odds that Court will cheer me up? I think it's high. Did you sing in your church choir? I have. I don't right now. I'm not the best singer. So I do better in a group. That's why I sing with all of you than I would, say, on my own. I would never do that. But my family likes to sing, and we sing. We've been invited to sing the national anthems for the opening ceremony of the Scottish Highland Games many years in a row. So much so that some of the bands who get hired to come and play during the festival as well know us quite well as a result. But we do like to sing. My family likes to sing. I like to play the guitar a little bit, sing my little song. It's all good. You have amazing drum rhythm and sing on key. You should give it a try. Well, when it comes to air drums and auto tuners, I've got it made. So, although I don't have an auto tuner yet, I think that would help me considerably. Let's see. Caffeine Queen, I did miss a membership milestone. I missed a couple here. We're going to go back and get those right now. Thank you for the reminder, by the way. Let's see. We had Courtney and Kelly. Let's see. Sharon Ken Sharp, 26 months, an OG. Courtney also OG status for 25 months. Caffeine Queen member for 7 months. Says a lot longer than that, but yay, yes, but officially 7 more. We know it's been longer. Welcome. Thank you very much for that. And also Francis Fitzgerald gifted a membership as well, making the gifts fly this morning, which is wonderful. What a way to end the week as well. Ari got told off by Amber. This is the story of my life. When Amber contacts me, it's like, I'm calling to correct you because you're wrong. Holly Mac, I think you sent me a link to something on YouTube or something. I'm going to blame you. I'm going to blame you because I think it was you, and it's not a bad thing.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
Right. I'm picking on you because you're in Canada, because I clicked on the link and for like 3 days afterwards, I could not get out of Canadian Amazon. I couldn't get back to U.S. Amazon. Amber's on the phone with us. Amber, how are you doing?
I'm wonderful. Happy Friday, everybody.
Yes, it's all day long. I'm so excited.
It is wonderful, and you're about to have lots of fireworks in court. So it's going to be a wonderful, fantastic day. However, I thought I would call and just correct the record.
You're breaking up. You're fading. You're fading out there. I can't. Amber, you still there? Hello, Amber. Okay.
I don't call to tell you you're wrong. I just call to tell you that you're not right.
An important distinction, which will help me sleep at night.
Hey, but you know what would be really great is if we had those commands that,
If someone would send it to me, so I knew what it was.
You already have it, boss.
I'll maybe work on them. We'll see.
Complete with color coding on which ones need to be created.
Send it to me again. Send it to me again so it's on the top of the stack. Amber, thank you very much. I'll work on those.
Welcome.
All right, we'll see you. Bye. That is Amber, Calypson's Vixen in chat. She's one of our great mods. Keeps me in line. That's what she does. Holly Mack, I was just giving you a hard time a little bit about. I liked. I don't know if it was you or somebody else. It was someone from Canada who sent me an Amazon link to Canadian Amazon, and I realized right as I clicked on it, it says, "Do you want to go here?" And I think I selected, "Do you want to make your default for your account permanently be Canada?" I said yes. And I could not order a dang thing. Everything I'm searching for is not available. Not available. I'm like, I don't know how you guys use Amazon in Canada because nothing is available that I need. But I finally figured it out. It was actually a language selection because my country origin was fine. But the language selection was what I needed to change before it fixed it. But crazy, crazy, crazy. Now I need to order an e-bike today. I think the e-bike's going to get ordered today. It's going to happen. Caffeine Queen, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. A super chat to thank me for recognizing your accomplishment. Wow. Thank you for accomplishing it. And then thank you for the super chat. My apologies. Thanks for your help. And sorry you're getting bombarded by Amazon Canada. I feel for you is all. And the reason is on US Canada, everything is available Prime or sometimes even same-day delivery. I was searching for a little, what was a cigarette lighter to T-plug adapter for a radio that I just got. And Canada cannot get them. It's terrible. You did that with Italy. It was crazy. Yeah, once Amazon thinks you're somewhere else, you're stuck. You did that once with the UK link to buy things for Captain Corey. Oh, my girl, just a girl baking. That is awesome. First of all, that you were getting something for Captain Corey. Yeah, UK, it's not going to help you. It's not gonna, Prime doesn't happen. Getting something from the UK to the US. That's why I see a bike reflected in your chat screen. What? You can honestly see a bike? Oh, you can. Look at that. Look at that. I could embiggen it.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
I need a bike that will carry me and all my gear. I'm only going about 10 miles, but it's over 3 days, and I need to carry a lot of camera gear and maneuver fast. So, let me give you the stats on this bike while we wait for court to start, and somebody tell me if this is right. Max range 80 miles. That should cover the 10 miles we're doing in 3 days. Thank you, sir. You're my new best Top friend. Speed 28 miles per hour. Peak motor.
I was told council wanted to see me at Sidebar.
Peak motor power 1,600 watts, and peak torque is 185. Is that Nm? Whatever Nm is. It can carry total capacity 400 pounds. So that's all of me and all my gear and maybe a friend, if they're small.
You're talking about stuff that
I think it'll work.
Irrelevant.
Selena K for the Mental Health Fund for those of us who may need it today. Selena, it's going to be great. It's going to be wonderful.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
Hear ye, hear ye. You guys trick me with that every time. Thank you, Selena. Hope the recovery goes rapidly for you. Don't tell my husband how to change countries on Amazon. He's like, that's the only way I keep him from buying stuff. What do you think of the digital scan versus the Photoshop?
I was told council wanted to see me at Sidebar.
It was a combined photo. It was digital scan, and they also rendered in a Photoshop. That's how the taillight got there.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
I don't know specifically. No, I think they could have like skinned it with the. I don't know. It was Photoshop. It was Photoshop somehow. I like the 3-wheel trike with a basket so I don't fall over. Bite me. I looked at that, and honestly, that's probably more in my skill level when it comes to motorized vehicles. But I'm going to be in rugged country, and I would need like an articulating rear tire. It just wouldn't work. Check Facebook Messenger for link to commands list and audio clip you asked for when on the road, says Amber. Oh, I'll do that sometime. Get a trike. The problem is the trike does not have as much power. This one is both front wheel and rear wheel powered. So it's all wheel drive. And it can and it has just throttle mode, so I don't even have to pedal. Yeah, I can ride it like a motorcycle is what I'm saying. It's barely an e-bike. I think in most states it would be recognized as a motorcycle. You can get a trailer to put on the bike. They're meant to be for kids, but no reason you can't put your equipment in one. That's an idea. Drag a trailer around. That way I could take all my camping gear. If I can take my camping gear with me, then I've got I could save like $270 a night for the Airbnb charges. I've never paid that much for a hotel ever. I mean, even fancy ones, maybe once, like Anniversary Inn or something, like a theme hotel. But Kansas Sunshine DJ, I see you jumping up and down, waiting. We're excited to get today started. There are 3 categories of an e-bike based on the assist, and different trails exclude different categories. This one would be the most excluded. 28 miles per hour. It can go 20 without me even pedaling. Feet off the pedals, it can go 20 miles an hour uphill. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure I will not be taking it off-road many places. Jakai W. Send a gift. Thank you very much, Jakai, for your generous donation. It isn't Photoshop, says Wildlife Cam. I'm an automotive designer. They bought the OEM data of the taillight. They brought the OEM data of the taillight into the scan data. Then they relocate it. No section showing it was in the right place. But that's how it works. Good to know. I know that they said the taillight, they had to bring the image in as an image instead of a scan. So it was a different source. My only thing was on specifically the bumper. I mean, I realize lasers have high resolution, but the bumper was showing the texture of the treads. I'm like, man, that for the angle they got of that is extremely detailed. Maybe just lasers are just that good. Oh, wow, look at this. Selena K just gifted 5 memberships. Selena, thank you. 5 times over for your generosity this morning. I thought the bumper showed water drops. That would have been more of a problem. I heard a clip last night with Welcher saying she was only going backwards 1 or 2 miles an hour. That had to have been just a mental slip. I think he was talking about when he did his testing, the car was going 1 or 2 miles an hour. That's what I remember from that one. Slothleaf Blower comes in again and gifts 5 memberships as well. Thank you, Slothleaf Blower. You guys are finishing off May in a big way. That is just awesome. Lots of gifts going out. This is in fact the last day of May. So when does spring end? Is it June 21st? Is that when summer starts? Is that the summer solstice? Somewhere around there. Tomorrow's the 31st. Do we have 31 in May?
You are unmuted.
We do. Tomorrow's 31. Last day of court for May. We won't be live here. Here's the judge. We're here. We're more quiet now.
What do you mean, Kristen?
Now open your ABC.
Do you mind if I go to the conversation? Thank you. So I was told counsel want to see me at Sidebar?
Yeah. Anybody surprised by that? I was not surprised by the fact that we have a sidebar to kick things off. We think this morning, first of all, the jury's not here yet. They're going to come a little bit later. But we think this morning we might get in open court a judgment of acquittal argument from the defense. This is when, and this is the right.
Counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
This is the right time for this motion. After the state has rested their case, at that point, the defense has no duty whatsoever. They have no obligation to present any evidence whatsoever. They could stand up right now and say the defense rests, okay, and be okay. There's not. I mean, somebody might be a little disappointed, but the state carries the full burden of convincing the jury beyond a reasonable doubt of guilt. And they have to meet all the elements of the charge they're charging for if they expect to get a conviction. And if the defense, at the time the state says the state rests or the prosecution rests, at the time that happens, the defense says, okay, Your Honor, look, they just said, we've made all our chess moves, we're finished, we've played our game, and if they haven't done what they need to do, if they haven't met the burden, if they haven't proven or even introduced evidence to the jury can interpret to prove different elements of the case, they say, Judge, you've got to acquit. This doesn't even need to go to the jury. The jury can't convict on this because they didn't meet their burden. That's the argument for judgment of acquittal, and this holy cow. Amanda H. just gifted 5 memberships as well. Thank you, Amanda. And Slothleaf, I'm not sure who you're aiming for, but gifted another one as well. Is there somebody you're trying to target with a gifted membership? Everyone is being super kind. They are. The only issue is the judge is under the rules of most favorable to the Commonwealth. Yes. This is the motion. During this motion, the Commonwealth gets the benefit of the doubt in every situation. And if there is anything, we're talking the tiniest bit of evidence that may go towards a specific element, that's enough. That may be enough to convince a juror. And so the judge has to look at it in the light most favorable. Now, if this was a case where they had like a dead body on the screen and or dead body on the scene, and all they had proven was that someone had shoplifted from Walmart, a judgment of acquittal would come in. It's like, you haven't proven anything about the charge of murder. You just proved shoplifting, and that doesn't count. Anyway, bad analogy, but it's early. Let my brain wake up. So I will tell you that the judge will deny that motion. There's no question about it. There is enough that could be considered evidence towards all the elements of the charge that the judge will deny that motion. All right, BG. Whoa. Holy cow. Slothy Flower gifted a membership. Miss Johnny Hockey gifted 5 memberships. BG gifted a membership. Selena K gifted another membership. Renee Valzo Williams. I can never get that right. Renee gifted 5 memberships. And then Darlene gifted another 5. It is raining memberships today. Thank you. I missed. Who are you trying to hit? And did you get them? Let's see. That is incredible. We're just scrolling through the list of wonderful people who received gifted memberships. That is really, really cool. It's not done. Tumwater Troy just gifted a membership. Thank you, Tumwater Troy. Appreciate you. It's a little early for you over there on the West Coast. Kelly H. Gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Kelly. And Hilda B. comes in and says, me too. Gifts another membership as well. Deanie Mullis Diver just gifted 5 more. This is nuts. This is nuts. Oh my goodness. You guys slow down. Selena K just gifted 5 more memberships. Mimi D just gifted 5 memberships. You guys are finishing May in a big way. Kim R gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Kim. Yogi Kaz. To all of you who are here for the first time, hopefully you win a membership. They're going like crazy. Yogi Kaz gifted a membership. And Woody comes in with another 20 gifted memberships. A Nurse for God brings in 5. Oh my goodness. You guys, this is what, honestly, this community is absolutely incredible. You're supporting both me and the rest of the members in the community by doing this, and it it's wonderful. We can come here together. We can watch court. Sometimes we can disagree. Sometimes we agree. But at the end of the day, we are, in fact, friends. And what you guys do for each other and what you do for me is just amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Courtly, our Leo, gifted a membership. Lone Star Living gives a membership. Kells Bells gives 5 memberships. Congratulations. Congratulations, Renee. She says, love this. You've got the blue courthouse. Your courthouse has changed color for the first time. It will continue to change colors. Thank you. Thank you so much, Renee. Appreciate it. It is wonderful to have you here. Debbie Wilson gifted a membership. Thank you, Debbie. Regina, I'll allow it. Crawford gifted a membership as well. Shaylin Guardiola gifted a membership. And Mama Yenny gifted 5. Thank you, Mama Yenny. Layla J gifted 5. Thank you, Layla J, as well. Welsh Lady Reads gifts a membership. Welsh Lady, I love your Muppet logo. That is absolutely amazing. I love that profile picture. I think everyone's a member now. Whisk Brand gifted a membership. Whew. Wow. Thank you all. That was Sandy gifted 10 memberships. Sandy, thank you. I guess we can do this as long as the court doesn't come back. We have to stop talking then. Sandy, thank you. Also, Holly J gifted a membership. I think that's another one for Holly. Detect Vids, thank you, sir. I think it's sir. If not, I'm sorry. Detect Vids, thank you very much for gifting a membership. My brain's not working very well. Michelle Johnson, welcome to the gallery. Look at that group, the Green Courthouse. Welcome. Thank you very much, Michelle. You're one of us now. You can never leave. But why would you want to, honestly? I mean, it's just incredible. Katia Pickerel. Katia, how are you doing, my friend? Good to have you here this morning. Gifted a membership as well. Thank you. I see the sidebar is going quite long today, so... Let's see, Ivan Checkburner, you can just read the headline for how dive in your own time as you can. Let's check, Ivan. Let me take a look at that. Let's see, where are we at? All right. Oh, another one. Army Mom, thank you very much. Holy cow. Ivan, you sent me a book.
We'll start with the required finding argument.
Thank you very much for all your generosity this morning. You guys are absolutely amazing. Selena K gifted 10 memberships. And Bay Bars gifted another one as well.
So I'll hear you whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson. Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. We filed this morning a motion for required finding of not guilty under Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 25A. I think that's before the court. My comments will be relatively brief, but it's important, and the points that I'm going to make in the next couple of seconds or next couple of minutes are equally important. It comes down to the following. The Commonwealth has simply not proven, even in a light most favorable to them, that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at 34 Fairview in Canton, Massachusetts. There was no collision proven to have occurred. There was no eyewitness presented. There was no video evidence, no audio evidence, no evidence in the form of physical evidence at the scene by searches that were done by officers on the morning of January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth, through suspect experts based on circumstantial technical data, only sought to prove a backing event, and that's important. They sought to prove that at 34 Fairview, the SUV went backward. They did not prove, and every single one of their experts was asked this question, they did not prove that there was actually a collision associated with that backing event. The Commonwealth experts said at best that the car went in reverse, and it was suspect whether it went in reverse at 34 Fairview or some other place, time, or date. The Commonwealth also put on an expert who said that she found no injuries, none, mind you, indicative of a vehicle strike on John O'Keefe's body. And she, Dr. Irini Scortibello, was arguably their most important witness. The Commonwealth cannot and did not say or prove a collision at a particular time, a collision at a particular place, a collision with a particular person, or that a collision even occurred on January 29th, 2022 at or around or at or after 12:30 in the morning. Their own expert, I think it was yesterday, if not the day before yesterday, was asked on examination by Mr. Alessi, can you tell us the particulars of the collision, pardon me, as you suggested in your testimony? And his answer was, there's simply not enough evidence. He was asked specifically, why didn't you try to recreate the circumstances, the force impact? That's what you do, sir. You're a biomechanic expert. Recreate it for us. And he said, there's not enough evidence. There is evidence, however, that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were sparring at 34 Fairview. There is evidence, however, that that was just minutes, not hours, not days, minutes before John O'Keefe ultimately met his fate at 34 Fairview. There is evidence that Brian Higgins was love-struck, that he was jealous, that he was aggressively coaxing John O'Keefe out of the waterfall, that he was passively aggressively coaxing Miss Reed to engage with him rather than John O'Keefe. Again, there's not a single eyewitness to a collision. There was not even a single eyewitness to a backing event at 34 Fairview. The court will recall Jennifer McCabe testified that she basically watched the SUV the entirety of the time it was in front of the location at 34 Fairview with Miss Reed in the driver's seat. She saw it pull up once, she saw it pull up twice, she saw it pull up a third time, and then she saw it was gone. And at no time did she ever see the car go in reverse. She certainly didn't see the SUV go in reverse at a high speed, and she darn sure didn't see the car go in reverse at a high speed and strike a pedestrian. Her focus was defined enough to see thin tire tracks in a dusting of snow, thin enough, I think the phrase was, to track a cat. That's how detailed she was in her observations, yet she did not see John O'Keefe hit by an SUV. She did not see John O'Keefe's body in the snow, in the yard, laying prostrate, a 216-pound, 6'1" man in the snow, directly in front of the SUV she was tracking the entire time. There are two other witnesses, Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson. They both noted that John O'Keefe, not that they didn't see him, Your Honor, that John O'Keefe was not in the vehicle when they were behind him. The dome light was on. They could see inside the interior of the vehicle. Miss Reed was sitting there with her hands at 10 and 2, and the passenger seat, notably and markedly, was empty. He was not outside the vehicle. He wasn't standing. He wasn't sitting. He wasn't lying down. There's only one place he could be: inside the curtilage of the home, inside the house, or inside the garage. Not one witness that was inside the house, not one passerby, not one neighbor, not one plow driver ever saw John O'Keefe's body laying prostrate in the snow that morning. Not one. Not until Karen Reed found Mr. O'Keefe at about 6:03. And again, the Commonwealth's chief medical expert, Dr. Scortibello, their medical examiner, who's the only person that the court heard from or will ever hear from who actually investigated John O'Keefe's physical body, the only person to have physical access to John O'Keefe, testified he did not have any injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle. But she did indicate that the injuries, as did the firefighters, the first responders, indicate that he had injuries consistent with a physical altercation. And certainly, as to counts 1 and 3, no evidence has been presented or proffered whatsoever by the Commonwealth that Karen Reed intended to run over and harm John O'Keefe in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Hearken to the video at C.F. McCarthy's. Hearken to the video at the waterfall. Every witness confirmed what our eyes could see. That night, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed were loving, caring, affectionate. There's absolutely no evidence that Karen Reed had an intent to harm John O'Keefe, or that that after the fact, that she intended to leave him for dead, because there was no fact to be after. There was no collision in the first place. The Commonwealth's case, certainly on counts 1 and 3, taken separate from count 2, because of the mens rea associated with counts 1 and 3, fails miserably. The Commonwealth, at the end of the day, has presented their best case. They've done their best. Some would say they've done their worst. And their case has failed. No reasonable jury, hearkening back to the standard under Rule 25, no reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty of count 1, count 2, or count 3. But taking count 1 and 3 aside, those are separate counts because of the mens rea required and the high burden that's required, even taken in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. What evidence have they proven that Karen Reed intended to kill or harm John O'Keefe, or that she intended to leave him for dead in the snow? The answer is none, 0. No reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty. This case never should have been brought in the first place. There are reasons that I won't go into here. The court knows those reasons, or knows our position on those reasons. This was a vindictive prosecution, and I believe that the court is duty-bound pursuant to the precepts of Rule 25A, as well as the principles of justice, to dismiss all 3 counts. And certainly, taking count 1 and count 3 aside, the court is duty-bound to dismiss those 2 counts. Thank you.
Here comes the response. He's going to be almost nearly offended by the suggestion that we haven't done this. I hit him.
In a light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the first issue the court should look to is intoxication. The reasonable fact finder would find that the defendant was in fact intoxicated. Based on the serum conversion, and based on Karen Reed's statements herself, you've heard many admissions by the defendant about her level of intoxication, which far surpassed the statutory mandate that she consumed alcohol in a way that would affect her ability to operate safely. Those are just 2 of the cornerstone pieces of intoxication, which are clear, light most favorable to the Commonwealth, a reasonable fact finder could find beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence of collision is abundant. I do not want to go through an entire closing argument or rhetoric, but suffice to say there are taillight fragments from the defendant's own Lexus, from her shattered right taillight, that are found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes. Mr. O'Keefe is left at the very spot where she expects to find him, according to her statements, where her car does a backing maneuver at least 24 miles per hour. He is left with injuries on his arm consistent with the damage to her Lexus right rear taillight. The scientific data is substantial. Telestream data, Apple Healthcare data, battery temperature data. And again, Ms. Reed's statements herself about clipping, hitting. The evidence of a collision in this case is overwhelming. It is a public way. Lieutenant Gallagher told us about Fairview as being a public way. And so as to the operating under the influence of alcohol manslaughter, the conduct of driving in that forward and backing maneuver after being intoxicated meets clearly the standard for OUI manslaughter. Regarding second-degree murder,
yeah, show the intent.
As highlighted in my opening statement, the defendant engaged in intentional conduct that was her maneuver of driving forward, stopping, and then driving back to Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022. Under the conditions at night after being intoxicated, that conduct was intentional, and any reasonable person could find that her conduct that night created a plain and strong likelihood of death. There is no predicate of intending to kill or even intending to hit. There is clearly a plain and strong likelihood of death driving a 6,000-pound SUV forward and then back. In addition to state of mind, again, the defendant tells us herself. Through firefighter Becker, they're arguing, they're upset. We see the text messages, evidence of attempted breakup, and we hear the words of Karen Reed when she leaves numerous voicemails that night, and you can hear her voice. There are statements, I do not want to go through a summary of all of them, but statements from the defendant herself where she acknowledges an injury to Mr. O'Keefe. She's the last one with him, where to find him, and her hypothesis is about hitting and clipping him. As to leaving the scene, again, the defendant tells us that when she leaves, he doesn't look mortally wounded. She leaves him, makes dozens and dozens of calls, but never goes back to help him and leaves him to die. And we heard from Dr. Wolf about the life-saving procedures that could have been initiated. The chance of survival was never given to John O'Keefe. All of those facts suffice under Lattimore, a light most favorable to the government, that a reasonable fact finder would find beyond a reasonable doubt, or could find beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of each and every one of these charges.
All right, thank you. So the motion is denied as to all three indictments. On the other topic that we were discussing at Sidebar, I don't need to hear argument on that right now, Ms. Giannetti. I'd prefer to get started. I would like you and Mr. Brennan to talk to see about proposal. So are we ready to bring the jury in? I did not ask you at Sidebar. Are you ready for this witness, Mr. Brennan?
I'm ready.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll bring the jury in. That will take 5 minutes, Paul. All right, so we'll take the recess.
All right, please.
All right, back to the only fan. Jury's going to be coming in. Jury was supposed to be here at 9:30, so they should be here for 6 minutes. They should be ready to go. We should be ready to go. We should be able to kick things off right away. So we're going to have a new pinned message here. Matthew DeSorga. Is that the right one? Laura, welcome. Welcome to the gallery. Appreciate that. That is wonderful to have you here. I see you've got a yellow courthouse by your name that celebrates between 6 and 9 months, I think. 6 and 9. No explanation. Nope. She had that was a done deal. I know AJ put his heart and soul into it and pushed really hard. You saw from the lackluster response from the prosecution, they're like, yes, we did. That's all they needed to do. Yes, we did. We did prove it, and the judge would have granted it. He did not need to convince the judge of anything. Matter of fact, he closed his binder. He's like, yeah, and about all this stuff, we got it. It's all there. It's enough. It's enough. And unfortunately, I think that was the right ruling by the judge, because if there's any evidence that can go towards proving an element, it should go to the jury. That judgment of acquittal, as they called it, the required required finding of acquittal or something. They have a different name for it. It's basically a judgment of acquittal motion. It almost always goes the prosecution's way. Chris Wallace, a member for 23 months, says, time flies when you're watching trials. It does. It does. The day just flies by. Judgment of acquittals are very rare to be granted because a scintilla of evidence interpreted most favorably to the prosecution is enough to deny it. Sharkey, thank you very much. Have a question, says CGC. Why is Hank allowed to say she said he looked mortally wounded before leaving the scene, when the actuality context of her saying that is clearly, she says, when her and Jen were there. Okay, I get what you're saying about that. That statement that was played in court was played out of context. The judge has allowed them to be played out of context and not be clarified. Currently, the jury has only heard it out of context. I think this is Hank Brennan's way of trying to force Karen Reed on the stand, because it would be terrible if she took the stand. And with the judge allowing that to be played, to misrepresent the conversation as to the timing of when that happened, it's set up an inaccuracy in the jury's mind. If you do listen to the whole thing, she's talking about a different time frame, not that she backed up and then looked at John and said, "Oh, I didn't look too mortally wounded, so I left." He's talking about when she arrived with Jen and looked at him and said he didn't look mortally wounded there in the snow. A different time. But Mr. Brennan, having introduced that as evidence standalone without the context, gets to argue that in front of the judge. I think the judge knows she was here for the first trial. I think she's seen it all. Rule of completion should allow more of the clips to be played. Maybe that's an appellate. If argued, maybe that's an appellate argument that should hold some weight. Newbunk Foss, TJF, RA, and chat. Love listening to AJ talk. I'm behind. He has a career at Audible when he retires. What kind of books would he read? Like children's books or mysteries? LYK said they can play the videos for context. Marion, I hope he's right. I hope he's right, because when that conversation came up, Mr. Brennan basically said, no, they can't. And the judge sort of just left it. Hopefully she'll allow it for context, because I think she said, I'll let you play him for, to get the full perspective. But Mr. Brennan had some sort of objection or correction, saying only if she takes the stand, basically. Because, that is an out-of-court statement by the defendant. It is hearsay for her to introduce it unless she takes the stand. So I'm hoping, I hope you're right. Virginia Little sent 5 memberships. Virginia, thank you very much for jumping on the gift train. We've had a ton, like 140 new members today, which is just amazing. Veritas 0035 says, here's my silver lining. If she's found not guilty, it's done. If she's found guilty, the appellate issues are stacked. They're stacked. They can't play the clips if they're self-serving statements. Lizzie, I guess if lawyer has analyzed this, and I know he looked into this a little bit, I can see the judge making a ruling saying, I will allow you to play under rule of completeness more of these statements which are being introduced. But she would have to do that and as a finding that it's not hearsay because it's under rule of completeness, which I didn't think was in the list of exceptions for hearsay. Did you see the documents? You sent me a couple, something about, let's see. Amber sent me something about a contract. Was it Hank's contract? Okay, we've got motion to preclude inadmissible hearsay. Let me take a look at this one, just one second. This is a motion filed May 29th. This was yesterday, came in. A Commonwealth's motion to preclude inadmissible hearsay. The defense noticed that it intends to call 4 individuals who have phone numbers associated with a federally protected and confidential series of text messages from Michael Proctor's personal cell phone. Oh! Mike's friends are coming in. The defense intends to offer communication of 9 individuals, only 3 of whom had partial contact names saved within Michael Proctor's personal cell phone for the substantive truth of those statements. Of note, the confidential record indicates there were a total of 38,707 text messages exchanged within this group, beginning October 18th, 2021, and ending August 31st, 2022. The defense seeks to introduce a limited portion of text messages attributed to being exchanged by 9 individuals that occurred over 3 years ago. Primarily, 3 years ago, let's see, was that the time of the trial? The time of the investigation? Primarily,
you are unmuted.
It's the defense burden to satisfy the requirement of authenticating these communications. They don't want them in. They contain hearsay upon hearsay. There are no exceptions.
Hear. All persons have any business before the Honorable Federally Canonic Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the country of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. As you know, yesterday the Commonwealth rested, and as you know, the defendant has absolutely no burden of proof in this case, does not have to put on a case, but I hear that you are. So your first witness, please, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
With the court's permission, we would ask that Matthew DeSogra join us.
Okay.
Matthew DeSogra, mechanical engineer. He instructs SAE course called Accessing and Interpreting Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recorders.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. DeSogra, could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Sure. Matthew DeSogra, last name Disogra.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am a licensed professional engineer. I practice in the field of accident reconstruction, and within that field, I specialize in analysis, interpretation, and accessing all types of vehicle data.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Delta V Forensic Engineering, which is an engineering firm that specializes in accident reconstruction, all parts of accident reconstruction.
Tell us a little bit more about Delta V. What is it? What kind of company is it? But other than that specialty, what else does it do?
So accident reconstruction is a broad field. There are a lot of subspecialties within that. So accident reconstruction is everything from the initial investigation phases of a crash all the way through testimony, like here today. Some of the specialties within that could be things like biomechanics, could be human factors, and my specialty is data, vehicle data and event data recorders.
Staying on that topic, what is your current title or position with Delta V?
I am the Director of Engineering for our EDR services line.
What does EDR services mean?
So, event data recorders. So EDR is a general term we can use to talk about all types of data from all types of vehicles.
And how would you describe your role as the Director of Engineering for EDR Services for Delta V?
I wear a couple of different hats. First and foremost, I'm still a practicing engineer. I still conduct investigations. I still perform analyses, and I testify. On top of that, in the director role, I oversee a group. It's not just me doing this kind of work. I have 3 other engineers that work with me, all specializing in EDRs. So I oversee that group and focus on kind of the day-to-day operations as well as the direction we're going. You know, with things like autonomous vehicles coming, the role of data is growing, so we're kind of looking to the future in a lot of those ways.
As a consulting engineer, you've indicated what your specialization is. Do you specialize in motor vehicle accident reconstruction as well as vehicle system analyses?
I began my career at Delta V doing traditional accident reconstruction in the broadest sense, and as I have progressed, I have sort of narrowed myself down and now specialize in that. But I still consider myself an expert in accident reconstruction because ultimately,
No, please finish.
Ultimately, anytime we're doing EDR data analysis, it is in support of an accident reconstruction.
You talked about event data recorders. Do you also engage in the specialty of advanced data recovery methods? In other words, methods of pulling the data. It's one thing to have it sitting in a car. It's another thing to pull it out and make it useful, correct?
That's right. There are a lot of different ways data can be accessed, all the way from just plugging into a port on a working vehicle, all the way through when a vehicle is catastrophically damaged and even the modules themselves are damaged, accessing the data at the chip level. So no matter what condition a vehicle or the remnants of a vehicle are in, generally we can still get the data from that.
Do you have any specific knowledge about Toyota data?
I do.
Describe that for us.
Beyond Toyota being a common vehicle in general, so we run into that data quite frequently. Just this year, we published a paper specifically studying some of the behaviors of the additional data recorder that's in Toyota vehicles.
Does Toyota make another sub-brand, for lack of a better phrase?
Lexus, I believe you're. Mm-hmm.
So Lexus is a Toyota brand? Right?
Correct.
Okay. What is infotainment? It's kind of a combination of a couple of words, information and entertainment. What is infotainment data as it relates to vehicles, modern vehicles?
So that's it. It's a generic term which more or less means the thing that's in the middle of the dashboard with the screen on it. A lot of manufacturers implement that a little bit differently, so they all look different, but it's a general term we use in the industry to describe that system.
And what about, I'm going to change gears a little bit, what about your experience with regard to GPS as it relates to vehicles on the road, on the common roadways of the country?
GPS is a pretty fundamental part of vehicle data as a whole at this point, and we run into it in a lot of different places. We see GPS data from infotainment systems, so we're analyzing that data. Most of that's GPS based. I do a lot of heavy truck work, and almost every heavy truck has some kind of GPS system in it for the fleets to track them, so we're analyzing that as part of data. And then the last area would be when we conduct testing, any kind of research, we're generally going to put our own GPS systems on vehicles so we can study that data. So analyzing GPS is a regular part of my job.
GPS, global, I'm going by memory, global positioning satellites?
Global positioning system.
System, got it. GPS is a mechanism to figure out where on Earth a certain item might be, whether it's this pin or an 18-wheel tractor trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any difference inherently in the GPS mechanism that's installed in an infotainment center in a Toyota Lexus, versus a heavy truck or a heavy vehicle that's on the road?
The core technology behind how it works is fundamentally the same.
What is instrumented testing as it relates to Toyotas and VCH testing and things of that nature? Can you explain that for the jurors?
Sure. What instrumented testing means is, let's say we want to study, let's say, how accurate some data is that comes out of one of these vehicles. So we need an independent source of that information. So what we'll do is we'll equip a vehicle with one of these GPS data acquisition systems. Basically, we can drive the vehicle around, and we know exactly where it is, how fast it's going, all these parameters. We can do some maneuvers with the vehicle, then we can download the data that the vehicle stored, and now we can compare the two and say, okay, well, if we have really high confidence in our system, how accurate is the vehicle system? Because the reality is there's always some small errors in these vehicle systems, and in a lot of cases what's important is quantifying that error.
So you're obviously familiar with GPS systems and many different platforms.
That's correct.
Okay. How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating and or analyzing infotainment center or infotainment system data?
Infotainment specifically, probably around 30.
And are you also familiar with engaging in some sort of analysis that's referred to as clock alignment?
Yes.
What is clock alignment?
Clock alignment would mean that anytime we have a timestamp in any set of data, a singular clock value, there's a good likelihood that that's not 100% accurate. So clock alignment would mean finding an independent source of time to compare that to, preferably one that's more reliable, and then making the necessary adjustments so that time can be considered real time.
How many cases have you been involved in that deal with clock alignment specifically?
Thousands, over 1,000. That's a regular part of data analysis. Any data set that has a timestamp, it's normal. It's part of the analysis. It's really the first step is let's get that clock aligned. So it's something I'm doing regularly.
And how long have you worked for Delta V?
It'll be my 13-year anniversary next month, actually.
Okay. These things that you've just described that we've talked about for the last few minutes, these are all duties that you perform within the rubric of your employment as the director of engineering at Delta V, correct?
Correct.
Now let's shift gears real quick and talk about your education, training, and background that qualifies you to perform these duties that you've just talked about. Go ahead. The road is open and it's yours.
Certainly. So I began my academic career. I got an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. I then went on and got a master's degree also in mechanical engineering from the same school. And then when I came out of school, I immediately started working for Delta V, Forensic Engineering. In order to get a professional engineer license, I then needed to acquire 4 additional years of work directly under the supervision of another licensed engineer. So then I completed that phase of work. And then in order to maintain my license, I have to complete continuing education every year in the field that I practice.
So you got both a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct, Bachelor of Science.
Did you mention the year that you got your Bachelor of Science?
2011.
And you have a Master's?
Correct.
In engineering?
That is correct.
And when did you secure that degree?
2013.
You just mentioned engaging in continuing education. What is continuing education in terms of the engineering field or the reconstruction field in your world?
So in the state that I'm licensed, in North Carolina, they define that really as any activity you're participating in that's keeping you abreast with the field, keeping you up to date with what's going on. So taking formal classes counts for continuing education, but also some of the other work that I do, like publishing research in peer-reviewed journals, also counts as continuing education.
Do you regularly attend symposiums or symposia, I guess is the right
yes.
word? Have you attended symposia related to EDR research and training?
Yes.
How about advanced applications of heavy vehicle EDR data?
Correct. Yeah, I attend. There's a couple of regular conferences in our industry specifically tailored to EDRs as a whole for passenger vehicles and heavy trucks. I'm a regular attendee of those. I'm also a regular speaker at most of those. And I'm usually presenting some of the new research that we have for that year.
So not only do you attend, you actually teach?
Correct.
Have you attended data? I'm sorry, have you attended data? Have you attended events that deal with data, event data recording systems, and event data recording system extraction?
Yes.
What about vehicle crash reconstruction?
Yes.
What about electronic control module imaging?
Yes.
What about electronic control model analysis?
Yes.
Applying automotive EDR data to traffic reconstruction?
Yes.
These are samples of the type of continuing education that you routinely engage in, correct?
All that's accurate.
You talked about additional licenses and professional registrations. You're a licensed professional engineer, correct?
That's correct.
In North Carolina?
Correct.
You're also a certified IPC specialist?
Yes.
What is an IPC specialist?
IPC is an organization that offers certifications in basically soldering. I could say it in more technical ways, but it boils down to soldering. So as it relates to what I do, when we are recovering data from damaged EDRs at the chip level, that involves some really precise soldering work. And so IPC offers courses in how to do that at basically the highest level, and then they offer certifications for that.
Are you a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers?
I am, active member.
When you say an active member, is that a nationally recognized society for academic engineers?
Yes.
The teaching roles that you've held within organizations, have you been an instructor concerning accessing and interpreting heavy vehicle data event recorders?
I am. I'm currently an instructor of that course, which is offered through the Society of Automotive Engineers.
As a matter of fact, next week, are you going someplace to teach?
I am. I will be in Wisconsin next week teaching that very course.
Are you a member of any subcommittees within that organization, within the organization of the Society for Automotive Engineers?
I am. I am a voting member in the J2728 subcommittee, which is a subcommittee for event data recorders on trucks and buses.
Are you also a member of the National Association of Professional Reconstruction Specialists?
I am.
Does that require a certain level of education?
It does, and it requires, as far as I know when I joined, sort of proof that you are active within the field of accident reconstruction.
That was my next question. It requires you to stay current on accident reconstruction issues, correct?
Correct.
Have you also authored peer-reviewed articles on within your field and
yes.
subfield? Is it fair to say that you've authored or co-authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of accident reconstruction specifically, as well as EDR data retrieval?
That's correct.
Have any of your peer-reviewed articles that you've either authored or co-authored specifically focused on Toyota vehicles?
Yes.
Can you name one, please?
Specifically, this year, published a paper where we studied the effects of collision-induced power loss on the way data is recorded in Toyota systems. And that would include Lexus systems. Fundamentally, they're the same components. It's just a different brand on top.
In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recording Testing?
Mr. Jackson, you're going to have to repeat that.
Of course. Sorry. In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recorder Testing?
Yes, I was the lead author on that paper.
When you're dealing with retrieving data from a vehicle, an EDR, an event data recorder, Toyota paper, whatever it might be, and that's a term of art, Toyota paper, correct?
Sure.
Does it matter if the vehicle is a heavy vehicle, a small vehicle, a passenger vehicle, a moped, or a skateboard if they happen to have an infotainment center on it?
There are differences, of course, between the data that comes out of passenger vehicles and the data that comes out of heavy trucks, but there are also a lot of fundamental similarities to those. Like, for example, they all record vehicle speed. They all have accelerator pedals. They all have brake pedals. So a lot of the core data we're analyzing is very similar.
In January 2020, did you co-author a publication entitled Chip and Board Level Digital Forensics of Cummins Heavy Vehicle Data Event Recorders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the fundamental, without getting into the granular details, the fundamental aspect of that paper?
So, in that research, we introduced a new technique for getting data out of damaged modules. So, you know, they're either burned, they've been submerged in the water, they're crushed physically from impact. We demonstrated a new method to be able to get data less invasively, but still at the chip level. And we also demonstrated that we could translate that data from the chips outside of the software that was provided. So you could use the software and get the data that way. And we demonstrated we could basically do it ourselves if we wanted to.
Mr. DeSogra, have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction, EDR, data retrieval and recovery?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
When was that?
In New York.
You were deemed qualified as an expert in that court in this field that you're talking about today?
Specifically with, as it relates to data, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about what you were asked to do in this case. We asked to undertake a review of certain work performed by a person by the name of Shannon Burgess with Aperture LLC.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Before you were asked to undertake that review, were you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Were you familiar specifically with Shannon Burgess?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in any original analysis in this case?
All of my analysis is fundamentally based on all of the data and the numbers provided in the Aperture reports. So more or less the answer to your question is no.
So you were asked specifically to give the court and the jurors clarity on data that Shannon Burgess had analyzed and provided a report about, correct?
Correct.
And that dealt with data obtained from Miss Reed's SUV, Karen Reed's SUV, correct?
Correct.
Did you, in fact, review Shannon Burgess's report summarizing his findings and conclusions regarding clock drift? That report was dated in January of 2025.
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
I analyzed the methods that Mr. Burgess proposed for aligning the clocks in that report.
Were you also asked at some point to review Judson Welcher's report and PowerPoint presentation regarding the timing of the text stream event known as 1162-2, 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you determine whether Dr. Welcher had based his report on Shannon Burgess's analysis?
Yes.
Before we get into that, I want to ask you a couple of questions about text stream events, so we're all talking sort of with the same vocabulary if we could. When I say text stream event, have you ever heard that called a trigger event?
Yes.
Are those sort of synonymous?
The event, in order to be generated, has to be triggered by something. So, yes.
You became aware in your analysis, I'm assuming, that Dr. Welcher reported a trigger event at a particular time or span of time, correct?
Correct.
What span of time was that? I should say, what time was that?
For which event?
For the 1162-2 event, sorry.
Do you mind if I reference the slide? Because I don't have the number committed.
With the court's permission.
Go ahead.
Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, Your Honor.
Wow, asking permission, not just setting up your office on the witness in the witness box. I like this guy already. See how the data compares as he analyzes this.
The original analysis places event 1162-2 ending at 12:31:43 a.m.
Now, Dr. Welcher, and this is what I want to talk about for just a quick second. Dr. Welcher indicated that the trigger event began at 12:31:38, correct?
I believe so.
That would suggest that a trigger event lasts 5 seconds, 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
Was leading.
Let me ask you this.
Direct now.
Does a trigger event or does a text stream event last 5 seconds or 10 seconds?
The trigger is a singular point in time.
That's my question. All right, so if we're thinking about a trigger event, it's like that clap, snap, right? It's a point in time, not a series of, not a time span, correct?
It's a singular point, correct?
Okay. Does a trigger event or a text stream event cause a recording to bookend the trigger event itself?
Yes.
Explain that for the jurors so that we're very clear about that.
Sure. So when an event is triggered, what we end up with is some data from before the event was triggered and some data from after the event was triggered. The way it does that is it's kind of always recording, and as soon as it sees a trigger, it says, aha, and it goes and it grabs the previous 5 seconds. That number can vary. It can be more or less than 5, but for the specific trigger we're talking about, it grabs the previous 5 seconds of data, and then it keeps recording for an additional 5 seconds, and that completes its recording phase.
Right. So if Dr. Welcher indicated that the text stream event, the trigger, was at 12:31:38, would it be accurate if he said that trigger ended at 12:31:43?
Objection. Sustained as to form.
Is there any, if a trigger event is one point in time, one snap in time, would it be accurate to say that the trigger event itself lasted 5 seconds and ended 5 seconds later?
It wouldn't be accurate to say the trigger lasted that long.
That's my question.
The event lasts that long, but the trigger is only one point within the event.
The recording lasts that long.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
So in other words, it captures, or does it, let me ask you this, does it capture 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after? But the trigger event is the singular point right in the middle.
That's correct.
Okay. If we were to calculate the window between the trigger event or the text stream event and a lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, you analyzed both, correct? Or you reviewed both, correct?
Correct.
Would you calculate from the point of the trigger, would you calculate from 12:31:38, that point in time, and I'm using the tip of my pen to represent the point, at 12:31:38, or would you calculate it from 12:31:43?
Customarily, when we're doing any analysis, we're referencing everything off of the trigger. That's the normal way. Everything in the aperture reports was referenced off of the end of the event. So
of the recording event.
Of the recording event.
Not the trigger.
Correct. And I didn't correct that. I just went with that convention for all of the analysis I did.
But you noted it, correct?
Correct.
And you noted that that would be 5 seconds inaccurate? I'll withdraw it. I'll ask it a different way. What would be the effect of timing if you were to start at the trigger event, 12:31:38, versus timing the event if you were to start at 12:31:43?
There'd be approximately 5-second difference in every subsequent calculation.
And if, in fact, there was a lock event, which you reviewed, at 12:32:09, how long would the actual window be from the trigger event to 12:32:09?
It would be larger by 5 seconds, approximately.
So it would actually be 31 seconds, correct? Did I do my math right?
You did.
Let's get back, if we can, to the offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's, the time offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's report. When you applied the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess to the text stream event at 1162-2, what opinions or conclusions did you come to with regard to that analysis or that question?
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Did you apply the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess in his January 2025 report to the text stream event 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you also apply Dr. Welcher's analysis based on that same Shannon Burgess analysis to reach an opinion or a conclusion?
Yes.
And what was your opinion or conclusion with regard to that event and the timing following that event?
Based on all of the data in those two original reports, regardless of what adjustment is made or which 2 points are used to try to correct the clock, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of the event, using their convention of referencing off the end of the event, not the trigger, but it always occurs after.
And that was based on Shannon Burgess's January 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
What was that based on? Which report? We're dealing with two different reports, May and January. I want to make sure we differentiate. Which report are you just now talking about?
I'm talking about the January report.
Now, did Mr. Burgess, were you supplied with a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
Slightly after he issued it, but I don't know the exact date.
Say that again?
It was issued on, his report was dated May 8th, and I think I was provided it a couple days after that. I don't remember the exact date.
So after, well, do you know when this trial started?
No, I don't know the exact date.
I know you're not watching the trial, but it was in the middle of this trial, correct?
Sustained.
I'll ask a different question. With regard to the original report, the January 2025 report, was there any circumstance in which Mr. Burgess and Mr. Welcher could conclude that the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, that lock event, occurred before the trigger event? Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
What is your opinion about whether or not there was any analysis done by Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher that put the lock event occurring before the trigger? Objection.
Sustained.
He's trying to get... I'm not sure if he can get
May we
there.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Judge is going to... AJ is going to ask the judge, how do you want me to ask this? He feels that he can get to this. He's trying to point out that Mr. Burgess and Mr. Welcher, as of January 25th, in the report they had provided at that point, there was no way. Oh, look, Turtle Boy's there. There's no way to get that lock event to happen during that time period. The lock event happens after, and it basically it's an outlier. It's an event that happens after they say this was all over. And so he's trying to get into the point that he's trying to prove that somebody was watching court, watched Ian Whiffen or whatever with the information we got at the beginning of trial, and then changed the data. He's trying to prove that the other experts did that. I think we already get the point here. The bigger issue is the updated report is the latest and greatest, and his expert needs to address that. AJ is, it's almost like he's struggling switching into direct mode. He's been on cross-examination for 21 days, 23 days. Needs to not ask leading questions anymore.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Back to my question. Was there any circumstance, based on your review, that if the tech stream event occurred at 12/31/38, that there was any circumstance that the lock event occurred before that trigger event?
There was not.
That's based on the January 25th report.
Did you create a PowerPoint for clarity's sake in March of 2025?
Yes.
Did you provide that to us?
I did.
What was the purpose of creating the PowerPoint?
The purpose of the PowerPoint was really to take a bunch of different data elements that were kind of placed throughout Mr. Burgess's report and Dr. Welcher's report in PowerPoint, and compile them into a single source, a single table, essentially, to show as clearly as possible what the conclusions would be if we look at the data as a whole.
When you created that PowerPoint presentation, did you create it with the intention of providing it to the defense, which would then be provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not that was disclosed to the Commonwealth as part of the normal discovery process?
No.
So the answer is no. The answer is no.
Following your presentation of the PowerPoint to us, at some point did you receive from Mr. Burgess an amended report, an amended PowerPoint?
I received an amended PowerPoint by Mr. Burgess, not from him, though, from you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Did that report, or did that PowerPoint, however you want to put it, markedly, was it any different than his January 2025 report?
Yes.
Did you note any conclusions? Did you note the conclusions that he came to in January 2025? Going back to the original report?
Yes.
Did you note conclusions and opinions that he came to in May of 2025?
Yes.
Were those two things different?
Sustained.
Were the conclusions, not his opinions, were his conclusions different?
Sustained.
Was there any difference in the two reports?
There was.
Tell me the differences.
The conclusions
in
were different.
the first report, Mr. Burgess did some of the calculations that are necessary to correct or adjust the times based on certain approaches, but never went through the final step of applying those calculations to the times and coming up with a final time. In the supplemental report, he then essentially took that analysis to the end. He approached it in a new way, a different way than he had previously laid out in the first report, but then he also took it all the way to the end by applying those calculations to the times.
What were the main differences? Explain for the court and for the jurors, what were the main differences that he changed in the May 2025 report?
Contrasting it with the original report. In the original report, he laid out some methodologies for correcting the clock using phone calls that were shared between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And in the supplemental report, he moved away from the phone call analysis and moved to attempting to align the clocks using a shared maneuver between the vehicle and the phone.
What was the shared maneuver?
It was a 3-point turn.
Was that the same analysis that he had in January 2025?
He did not have that analysis in the January 2025 report.
Thank you. Based on the new information in the May 2025 report, what was the effect, as you see it, regarding the possible scenarios?
So I did the exact same process I did using the supplemental report as I did on the first report. And when I ran all those numbers and those calculations, it turned out there are now some scenarios in which the phone lock occurs after the end of the event. There's some scenarios where the phone lock occurs simultaneously, like literally at the same second. And there are some scenarios where it occurs before. So now there's a range.
So Mr. Burgess's report, his new report, his amended report, widened that gap to allow him to opine that there were scenarios that occurred after the phone lock event, correct?
Objection. The objection is sustained.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of clarifying Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you seek to clarify Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Objection. Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
The problem is in the question, he's insinuating that Mr. Burgess screwed up, and that's where he's getting the sustained from. He needs to say, did you perform calculations on this, and come to a different conclusion? Yes. Okay. Do you make a PowerPoint to explain why you reached that, or how you reached that conclusion? Yes. Then it gets up on the screen. But you can't throw in the Mr. Burgess did it wrong part in the question, because that's going to get sustained every single time. Hey, I've been following a conversation on Fish Farm and Family. I hope I didn't offend you in any way. You sent me information and pictures of an accident. I thought we talked about that a little bit. Obviously, the pictures, for modesty reasons and graphic reasons, we weren't going to show them on the channel. You've got personal experience in a car crash as a pedestrian, where you were the pedestrian, and I think that was very insightful and key in your incident. A lot of bruising, a lot of there's a lot. I thought we added that to the conversation. If there's something I missed, let me know. I didn't mean to shut it down for some reason. Obviously, I can't show the pictures, but let me know. Let me know what I missed there. I don't want you feeling offended at my choice of decisions, but I also thought that what you contributed added a lot to the conversation.
May I?
Yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
What was the reason, and what was the purpose for your PowerPoint presentation?
I needed to include in my analysis the approach and the conclusions from the supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So you took the Mr. Burgess part out of the question, and we got right through.
If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that document, it's a multi-page document I just handed you, and just flip through it and let me know once you've familiarized yourself with it.
Diesel Efficient, I have the benefit of being able to watch a lot of courts and learn from them, learn from great lawyers like AJ. I also have the benefit of not being in court in front of national TV and stressing about how I word my questions.
This is a printout of the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Is it true and accurate?
Yes.
And it's complete?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I would move for its admission, please.
I have no objection.
Okay.
May I have that back from you for just a quick second?
208.
Thank you.
Your Honor, permission to display the PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Mr. DeSober, can you still see with the lights off sufficient to see what's on the screen and what's in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the title page of the PowerPoint that I prepared.
And what is how would you describe the PowerPoint?
So this PowerPoint is largely identical to the first PowerPoint I prepared in that it seeks to take all of the different approaches between the initial Burgess report, the supplemental Burgess report, and Dr. Welcher's report, lay out all of those approaches in one kind of coherent fashion so we can look at what conclusions we can draw from all of that data.
With the court's permission, can we go to slide 2?
Yes. Mr. Jackson, you can just use this PowerPoint. It's in evidence. You don't have to ask slide to slide.
Thank you, Your Honor. Taking a look at this next slide, what is this? What are we looking at?
This is a slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation that I was provided. Specifically, this is his slide number 33.
And what does it show?
This is where he introduces the first, acknowledgement that there's a difference between the time that Aperture calculated for the end of event 1162-2 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
Is there anything in this slide that you disagree with, in Mr. Welcher's presentation, that you disagree with? It's up on the...
I added the 2 green boxes and the text, the word after. That's not Dr. Welcher's. And I added that because it's stated here that the event occurred within 26 seconds. But if we do the math, and he actually does the math, he really means after. It means the phone lock event occurred 26 seconds after the end of the vehicle event as calculated.
So I'm going to allow it.
He really means after. I'm going to allow it.
The phone interaction happens how many seconds after the text stream event?
Based on this slide, 26 seconds.
Thank you. And the text stream event that we're talking about is what number?
1162-2.
And this slide, other than the green, is this slide or the portion of the slide that we're looking at, other than what you've described, is this directly from Mr. Welcher's own analysis or his PowerPoint?
Right. I added the green box around within, the dashed green box around the whole paragraph, the line, and the words after. Those are my additions.
Let's go to the next slide. Can you tell us what this is?
This is more or less a repeat of what's on the first slide, but just shown with a little more focus. The first slide is a little busy. So
did you, I'm sorry, Mr. DeSogra, did you create this, or is this from Dr. Welcher's report?
I created everything on this slide apart from in the top right. That came from Dr. Welcher's slide 33.
Although you created the slide, where's the data coming from for this slide?
All of the data on this slide and all of my subsequent slides comes from the Aperture reports collectively, either Dr. Welcher's report or slides or Mr. Burgess's first and second reports.
What did their analysis reveal in terms of the time, the exact time of the lock event for Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
So in their analysis, in Aperture's analysis, they report the Lexus event 1162.2 ends at 12:31:43, and they also report there's a phone lock at 12:32:09. So if we just simply take the difference in those two times, we get 26 seconds.
If you were to add the 5 seconds back to 12:31:38, which is the actual trigger event, what would you come up with?
31 seconds.
The trigger event being in the
Which
middle
of the
time.
two, in your expert opinion, which of those two numbers is more accurate as it relates to the trigger event?
31 seconds.
If we wanted to conduct the analysis relative to the trigger, it would be better to use the actual trigger time. However, as long as we're consistent through the analysis, it's not entirely wrong to use the end. It would be wrong if I suddenly switched up and started talking about this relative to the trigger event, but they present it as the end of the event, so I conduct the rest of my analysis using that convention.
Is another word for the end of the event the end of the recording?
End of the recording, yeah. When I say event, what I mean by that is the data event, the data recording event.
But the trigger event itself, 12:31:38.
Correct.
Okay. Did you put a name on this gap, if you will, this time frame?
Yes, I did. For the sake of the rest of the analysis that I'm going to do, I thought it would be helpful to just refer to this difference in time as John's interaction window.
And that refers directly to the interaction with the phone, the human interaction of locking the phone.
The 12:32:09 lock.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So this, here what I'm doing is I'm kind of laying out the bounds of what I mean in John's interaction window, which should make, we have a lot of numbers to go through here, and so this should give us a very easy metric for kind of determining whether we have an event before or after. So what I mean by that is when we calculate John's interaction window, if that number comes out and is positive, that means the phone interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event. And if we calculate John's interaction window and that number becomes a negative value, then that means the phone interaction occurs before. So now we have just a convention we can use really quickly to say, is it positive or is it negative? And we can maybe spare ourselves some of the math with 1,000 numbers.
So positive means what? One more time.
Positive, John's interaction window positive means the phone lock occurs after the end of vehicle event 1162-2.
Got it. Let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So what I'm saying here, I'm kind of laying the foundation for why we're going to even do this. Why do we need to start doing math on these clocks? So fundamentally, the phone, Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and the vehicle, Ms. Reed's vehicle, they're separate clocks. And it's very unlikely that they're going to be aligned perfectly in time. Right? If I compared my watch to your watch, it would probably be off. And that's the same case for any two independent clock sources. So Aperture, in their collective reports, propose a number of different ways in which that can be corrected. So I'm going to go through all of those ways that Aperture has proposed and show if we align the clocks based on how they laid out, does John's interaction window stay positive or does it ever become negative? Where does it end up when we run all those analyses? Or another way to put it is, does the phone interaction always occur after the end of the vehicle event?
And what did you determine?
Based on the initial reports,
yes,
the phone interaction always occurs after the end of the vehicle event.
Did all of the information that's on this slide come from the same source or multiple sources, meaning Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher?
In the PowerPoint as a whole, all the information comes from the Aperture reports collectively.
Okay.
From Dr. Welcher and Mr. Burgess.
Did Mr. Burgess make any adjustments from his original report to his subsequent report in May of 2025?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 6, please. Tell me about this slide.
Jamie.
Yeah. So this is the first adjustment we're going to talk about. And this one comes from Mr. Burgess's original report. And to summarize this adjustment, this is a key on timing adjustment, and we're going to show that the key on, the actual turning of the vehicle on, occurs about 3 seconds before that time gets registered in the infotainment. So the time we see is basically stale by 3 seconds.
We're all familiar with how computers turn on. When you say key on, do you mean a physical key, or could it be the push button to turn the car on?
In this case, it's a button. I refer to key on because generally that event is considered the key on in vehicle parlance, regardless of whether there's a physical key or it's a push button.
So those 3 seconds mean what? What's the difference between pushing that button and the 3 seconds later that you just described?
It means that when we're trying to use the timestamps that were recovered from the infotainment system that show when the vehicle was keyed on or turned on, that the vehicle was actually or likely turned on 3 seconds before that.
Do you know where the 3-second conclusion came from in Mr. Burgess's report?
That came from the testing that Aperture conducted with the exemplar Lexus that they purchased.
Was there anything in the report that indicated testing, this type of exact testing on Ms. Reed's actual Lexus?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not all Lexuses, at least of this make and model and year, would have the exact same 3-second delay? Or could that be different?
It could be different. In their testing, they only tested one exemplar vehicle. So I think there was a solid foundation that the exemplar that was used exhibited this 3-second delay. It was a very close match in terms of part numbers and software versions to Ms. Reed's Lexus, but without any kind of testing of, let's say, a second vehicle, a second exemplar, we wouldn't know, we wouldn't have any basis to say it must be 3. We could test a second vehicle and it could be 5. So we say, well, there's a delay, but it varies vehicle to vehicle. They could have tested a second vehicle and found it's also 3, and then you start to build some confidence that maybe it is 3 across every vehicle. But with only testing 1 and not testing the subject vehicle, it is difficult to say with absolute certainty it would be 3 seconds.
What is your opinion about best practices with regard to trying to create this gap for purposes of coming to an opinion or an analysis?
So because we don't know whether or not this specifically would apply to Ms. Reed's vehicle, the best way to conduct that analysis would be to do the entire thing with the key switch adjustment at 3 seconds. Because if we're going to use a value, 3 is the most reasonable one because that's the one shown in testing. But we should also do the entire analysis without it in case we feel that that's the most appropriate. So in fact, that's what I do and will show is I ran the analysis both ways, with and without, to be as conservative as possible.
Did your review of Mr. Burgess's report indicate that he ran the analysis both ways?
He did not.
Let's go to slide 7. What are we looking at here?
This is an excerpt from Mr. Burgess's original report, his page 28 and his page, there's a screenshot also from his page 30 at the bottom. And this is where he states in that report that when they were doing the testing with the exemplar, they observed across 4 different key-on cycles this 3-second difference. So what I mean by that is they had a video camera in the car that had a timer on it. And so in the video, you can see the button pressed. So in their testing, for example, they pressed the button at 21:48:05, and that's sort of nailed down. When they went back and downloaded the data from the infotainment, the key-on was logged in the infotainment as 21:48:08. So there's the 3 seconds. That's where they're getting that from, and that's what he states highlighted in red there. It's a little hard to read, but it basically says the average across 4 runs was 3 seconds.
The 3-second delay, was that actually in his report?
This is the only point in the report it's mentioned.
I guess what I'm asking, it was an inartful question. The portion to the left, is that his report or your report?
That is his report. Everything on the left-hand side of this slide comes from Mr. Burgess's report.
So the 3-second delay was noted in his report?
It was noted.
Did he apply the 3 seconds in his analysis?
He did not.
Did he indicate in his report why he ignored that 3-second delay?
He did not.
Sustained as to that question.
I'll rephrase it.
Strike the answer.
Did he indicate in his report the reason that he did not apply the 3-second correction?
He did not.
When you do apply the 3-second correction, what do you come up with as it relates to the 26 seconds from the end of the recording?
So the positive 26-second window, if we only apply the 3-second key on, grows to positive 29 seconds.
If you applied the same 3 seconds to the trigger event time, now what does the gap?
That gap would grow to a positive 34 seconds.
Between the trigger event and what?
The phone lock.
So it still falls outside the window.
In your opinion, was it best practice to not account for that 3-second delay between the on switch and the data coming on?
Sustained, ask it differently.
What, in your opinion, would be the best practice in terms of this 3 seconds that was noted in the exemplar vehicle?
The best practice would be to run the analysis with that adjustment included and without that adjustment included. Because like I stated, without testing of an additional vehicle, we really don't know if the 3 seconds is just a specific behavior of that exemplar or if it's representative of all Lexuses of this type.
Let's go to slide 8, please. Tell us what we're looking at in this slide.
So now we're going to get into the next adjustments. That first adjustment we just talked about was really a vehicle-to-vehicle adjustment. We haven't talked about the phone yet. We're going to get into the phone now and talk about aligning that. But we had to get through the internal adjustment that has to get done first. Now we're going to look on the subsequent slides here at all of the different ways the Aperture reports compared the vehicle to Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Is there any additional adjustment that you believe should be made?
The Aperture reports lay out two methodologies for adjusting. There is a methodology based on phone calls, and there's a methodology based on the three-point term.
And where did you get that information from?
From the Aperture reports.
In Mr. Burgess's original report on differentiating, the January report, which did he use to determine his determination of the clock skew?
In his initial January report, he never actually takes the calculation to the end by applying the differences in times to the calculated time for 1162-2, but he does do the math, which I'll show, for the differences on these phone calls.
In terms of Dr. Welcher's report, did he identify a GPS point of 154 at all?
Yes.
How did he describe that GPS data point?
He describes in his initial PowerPoint slides as point 154 aligning with the end of vehicle event 1162-1, talking about a different event now. This is the three-point turn event. So he uses that as an anchor point.
And that anchor point, you said, was the end of the text stream event, or the end of the recording of that text stream event.
Correct. The Aperture reports consistently reference everything from the end of the events.
Let's go to slide 9, please. What are we looking at here?
On the left is an excerpt of page 33 from Mr. Burgess's initial report. And what he shows here is he has identified 7 call logs that exist both in the infotainment from Ms. Reed's Lexus and in Mr. O'Keefe's phone. He puts them in a table form. Then he actually goes on and calculates the difference between those two times. So that's what I meant by he sort of does the math. He makes my job a little easier, and the numbers are already there. He just never applies these to any of the times. So that's where I step in and say, if I take that third column that he lays out, those are in seconds. If I apply those seconds, that adjustment to 12:31:43, where do we end up with John's interaction window in those times?
What did you conclude in terms of finishing the work?
Sure. I did all of them. And so I highlight on this particular slide, I just highlighted the very first one he has in here. In that case, he identified that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 2 seconds slow relative to the infotainment system. So if we apply only that adjustment, then John's interaction window becomes positive 28 seconds.
Did Mr. Burgess apply all of the potential offsets?
He didn't apply any of the offsets. He calculated all of them, but he didn't apply any of them.
Did you ultimately apply all of the offsets?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine?
Regardless of which offset you apply, John's interaction window remains positive. The number changes, but it remains positive.
Let's take a look at those one at a time if we can. Let's have the next slide.
So on this slide, I just took the other end of the spectrum. There's a large range in values in this table. He doesn't actually, Mr. Burgess doesn't show the sign conventions on here, but actually—
What do you mean sign conventions?
Sign conventions, he doesn't show when he calculates the difference whether it's positive or negative. All the numbers in the table don't have a sign, don't have a plus or minus in front of them, but there's an implication. Some of them are plus, some of them are minus. So the first one that we just looked at showed we had 2 seconds slow. There's another value in here that's on the other end of that. It shows that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is 21 seconds fast now relative to the infotainment. So that's the largest value in the table we could take that would bring John's interaction window down now. And so if we apply just that adjustment, John's interaction window becomes a positive 5.
Take a look at slide 11, if we could, please. What are we looking at here?
So I've shifted now from the phone calls, and now we're going to talk about the 3-point turn alignment. And the 3-point turn alignment is first presented in Dr. Welcher's slide from his presentation here. And in this, he doesn't say it explicitly, but he provides some math on the screen, which is a little hard to read. But he puts some math on the screen that shows he's aligning this 0.154 from Mr. O'Keefe's phone to the end of event 1162-1. This is the prior event. This is a 3-point turn. And so he aligns, he says this is basically how you align it, and he doesn't do the math. Again, he lays out that he says a 19.2 second difference. I actually just adjusted that to 20, which is the most conservative way to interpret that. I don't think we have the accuracy here to talk about tenths of a second. Nevertheless, I just rounded that up to 20, and when we apply that 20 seconds to our event 1162-2, then John's interaction window becomes positive 6. That's just applying this. We're not combining anything. We're just applying the difference shown in this slide.
And that positive interaction window, is that calculated based on information directly from Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 12. What are we looking at here? What is this table?
This is a table I made. We've talked about a lot of different approaches to how these clocks can be aligned and a lot of different variables. So I tried to summarize them in one table, put them all together, because some of them we can combine. We can combine the key on with either a phone call or a 3-point turn, but we can't combine, for example, a 3-point turn and a phone call. That's not valid. So I put all the possible combinations, all of them, with, without key switch, phone calls, and 0.154 on one table, and I calculated John's interaction window for all valid combinations from the aperture reports. And when we do that, the result is that regardless of what adjustment we make, all of the numbers are positive, meaning regardless of what adjustment we make, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of event 1162-2.
Did Mr. Burgess, in your review of his report in January of 2025, did he ever undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
In his May 2025 report, did he undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
What is your opinion in terms of best practices regarding calculations of this sort?
I think if there's sufficient data, if there's testing or research or literature that in a specific case supports there is a best path or a best method, then we should use that. In this case, I don't think there is a best practice. There isn't any literature I'm aware of that would specify exactly the best path to align all of these. So in the absence of any external data to support one path, the most valid approach is look at all of them as a whole and then draw the conclusion from the totality of that data, rather than cherry picking a single point.
Can you testify to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether all potential offsets that were described in Aperture's original report, January of 2025, result in a positive interaction window?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Regardless of what adjustment or combination of adjustments we make from the original reports, John's interaction window remains positive.
Does the positive interaction window mean the lock event occurred after or before the text stream event?
It means the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, 1162-2.
You've already indicated that you received a second report, May of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
In that report, is there the same clock skew alignment or a different clock skew alignment that Mr. Burgess now undertakes?
Mr. Burgess undertakes a different alignment in that report.
Let's go to slide 13. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
So what I have here on the left is a screenshot of page 42 from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. And so now he's done two things new here. He's identified a new method for aligning the data based on the three-point turn. So now he's kind of following where Dr. Welcher started, but he's approaching it a little differently. And secondly, he is now calculating the actual time. He's doing the difference calculation and he's applying that to the time. So now he's taking the calculation all the way through, which is a little different from the prior reports. And so when he does that, he makes my job really easy because I didn't have to do really any math now. He comes up that there is a range now. So prior to this point, the original report by Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher reports all used discrete points in time, right? They sought to find an event that occurs at a singular second and another event at a singular second and align based on that. This is a little bit of a departure from that approach. Mr. Burgess is now using a range of times, a range of uncertainty. He basically assesses that the three-point turn data from the phone and the three-point turn data in 1162-1 cannot be precisely aligned down to a single point. Rather, they overlap in this range of seconds. And so he then says that that range must be applied. So now we have to apply a range. And what we end up with is 9 possible values. So it kind of looks like one conclusion, but really there's 9 conclusions on this slide. And so if we just applying the math he has in the supplemental report, John's interaction window now has a range of 9 possible values. And that range spans from +5 now to -3. So we have 5 positive values. We have 1 value that's 0, and the 0 would mean it's simultaneous. And then we have 3 negative values.
Does Mr. Burgess indicate in his report that any one of those values is more likely than any of the other values?
He does not provide any data or analysis to support one point being preferential over the other 8.
And are there more or fewer positive results in his analysis than negative?
There are more positive numbers in that range of 9 than there are negative numbers.
Does Mr. Burgess's new data indicate anything about Dr. Welcher's analysis about the GPS data point 154 being at the end of the three-point turn?
He opines in that aligning the three-point turn on a singular point is not, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the exact way he states it, but not the preferred method.
Is Mr. Burgess's analysis consistent or inconsistent with Mr. Welcher's determination that GPS point 154 was at the end of the text stream event?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does Mr. Burgess, in his report, indicate whether he agrees or disagrees with Dr. Welcher's analysis?
I don't remember specifically.
In your opinion, I asked you about Mr. Burgess's report. Now I'm going to ask you about your opinion. In your opinion, is this new offset any more likely or reasonable than any other offsets previously proposed by Mr. Burgess?
I don't think it is more or less likely. I think it is a valid approach, certainly. And so I think the results from the additional analysis should be included with the analysis of all of the results so far.
And none of those results are more or less likely than any of the others, correct?
Sustained.
Are any of the results, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are any of the results any more or less likely than any of the others?
In my opinion, they're all equally weighted.
Did Mr. Burgess account for the 3-second offset that we talked about earlier in his May 2025 report, his new report?
I did not see any mention of that in his supplemental report, and certainly the 3 seconds isn't present in his math. I don't see it there.
Let's go on to slide 14, please. Describe what we're looking at here in this table.
This is very similar to the table we looked at previously, where I look at all possible combinations. Now, however, I just have a lot more data points to show, so I've had to break the table into 2 tables. So we're going to look at this, and then we'll look at slide 15 next, which is the second table. I just couldn't cram 30 lines onto one slide.
Let's move to the next slide, then. Is this a continuation of the
second half? So think of these as a singular table. I just had to split them up. If we head back to slide 14, we'll start there. So this slide, I'm not accounting for the key on, and that's the main difference between my 2 tables. Table 1, I'm not accounting for the 3-second key on. In table 2, I am.
When you say key on, you're talking about that 3-second delay.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
But again, I want to make sure we're thinking about this as a singular table, because that's where we'll draw our conclusions from. So the first lines of the table, we've already seen those. Those were in my original table. I haven't changed those. That's the same math that's been there. All I did was I added the 9 points now from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report using the range he shows. And so now we can see if we include that, now we get some positive numbers for John's interaction window. We get that 0. And again, the 0 would imply that the end of event 1162-2 is happening exactly at the same second as the phone lock. So it's kind of not on one side or the other. So I think it should be thought of as separate. And then we have 3 negative values, which would imply that phone lock occurs before the end of 1162-2.
And did you already mention the simultaneous, the one that was simultaneous?
When John's interaction window is 0, correct?
0.
That would imply simultaneity.
All right, is this 14 or 15? This 14, let's move to 15. Now, this is a continuation of that. Mentally, we'll just continue that same table?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a continuation. Imagine in your mind is just rows 16 to 30.
Okay.
And it's the same thing, same format, except for now we're just adding in that key on adjustment, because again, I think the analysis should be run with and without it. And so now when we run this with the key on adjustment, we get 14 of these 15 are John's interaction window is positive to various degrees, and one of them, it's 0, again, simultaneous, and there are no negative values with this adjustment.
Can we go to the next slide, 16, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the summary, then, of that table, kind of a verbal summary of the giant 30-line table now. And if we look at all of the possibilities from all of the Aperture reports collectively, then we can draw some pretty straightforward conclusions. 25 of those 30 possibilities result in interaction with the O'Keefe phone after the end of event 1162-2. Looking at all the possibilities, 2 of the 30 result in interaction where it's simultaneous. That's the zeros. They're present in both tables. And then looking at all 30, 3 of the 30 result in interaction with the phone before the end of event 1162-2.
do you have an opinion as to which of these particular offsets that you've described, these 30 possibilities, should be applied in this case?
No.
Why is that?
Each of the approaches have their own individual strengths, and each of them have their own individual weaknesses. And there is not really any published literature, any research, or any testing done that I'm aware of that would suggest one really stands head and shoulders above another one of the methods. So I think the most fair way to present it is to look at, again, if we combine everything together, then we can draw some conclusions like this in terms of how many of the total result in one outcome or another.
Is every data point that we're looking at and that you've been talking about, are these all drawn directly from Aperture's reports?
That's correct. I have not proposed any methods for aligning the clocks myself. All of the methods that comprise these 30 are from the Aperture reports themselves.
Based on your analysis of the Aperture, or your review of the Aperture analysis, is there any ability to say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the text stream event occurred after the last physical interaction with John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there would be three out of the 30 possibilities would result in that.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it did happen after the text stream event?
Objection. Sustained.
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the text stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
That's sustained.
You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes.
Is that 10%?
That is 10%.
Objection, move to strike. Yeah, it's sustained and a move, it's stricken.
It's math. It's
What
math.
percentage is 3? Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Sustained.
If I told you hypothetically.
I'm going to see you sidebar for a second.
So what AJ is trying to do here is trying to say, out of all the possible solutions that Mr. Burgess and Mr. Welcher came up with, of the 30 solutions, only 3 of them put that lock event in the right time frame for it to not have happened after he was supposedly hit and incapacitated. He's like, how likely is it that it was one of those 3 out of 30? And you can't say that. But what percentage of the options that they came up with put it outside the range of events? You can't say that. Just do the math. What is the relation between 3 and 30? Objection. No math for you. It's like, but Your Honor, I can do it in my head. I don't even need my calculator. I think the jury's heard this. The probability is not going to get that in. Unless the judge has a change of heart here. I thought AJ called it sidebar. Dale, oftentimes lawyers will consult with fellow council members on their team. They'll say, Your Honor, if you'll give me just a moment, and they'll take us 10 seconds or something and discuss something quickly, get a tip, get an updated question, get a reminder to cover something or go back or cover something again, clarify if there was an error. It happens a lot. The only thing you can't do is have a second lawyer come up and say, well, I'll ask the question. AJ couldn't do it, so Mr. Yannetti will finish. No, they can't do that. One horse, one rider. Don't change midstream. Let's see, this guy's analysis is flawed if he's going off of 0.154 because the other analysis was done off of 0.155. Nicole, I confess, when it came to the tiny details, I was just trying to stay current with the general math, and I didn't follow all the math myself. I know he rounded. He rounded the 0.4 seconds, or he rounded that up to the 19 to 20. Is that what you're talking about? Bev called the sidebar? Oh, she did, huh?
Following your analysis of the totality of the possible scenarios, did you come to a conclusion that the vast majority, let me rephrase that, did you come to any conclusion about the numbers as they relate to the positive interactions versus the negative? And when I say positive versus negative, I'm talking about the phraseology that you used. John's phone interaction being in the positive side versus John's phone interaction being in the negative side.
Yes.
And what were those?
Of the 30 possibilities, 25 of them, it's a positive. John's interaction window is positive for 25 of them.
And only 3 were negative?
Correct. Only 3 of the 30 were negative.
Okay. Okay, we can take that slide down. Is there a data recorder on the Toyota SUV that we've been talking about, that 2021 Toyota SUV 570, that's designed to record impact?
Yes.
What is that? What is that mechanism?
That would be the airbag control module.
The ACM?
ACM.
Did you look at that?
I was provided a copy of the download from the ACM.
What did the data recorder indicate, if anything, related to any impact on January 29th, 2022?
There were no recorded events whatsoever on the ACM.
Did the vehicle control history record whether there was any history of a collision on that car, ever?
No.
What does the vehicle control history record specifically?
It records a lot of operational parameters about the vehicle. What I mean by that is it records things like what the driver is doing, for example, steering wheel angle, accelerator pedal position, whether the brake is being pressed. It also records what the vehicle is doing, for example, speed, or the engine RPM, or the accelerations of it.
Does the TechStream data event indicate that there's a, and I'm talking about very specifically the TechStream data, does that indicate whether or not there's a collision in the car?
No.
Does the TechStream data event mean that if you find a TechStream data event or a trigger event, does that mean that the airbags are deployed?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with something solid?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with a pedestrian?
No.
You reviewed the raw TechStream data associated with the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you not?
Yes.
How many TechStream events or triggers were found on Ms. Reed's vehicle during the course of the 8-month period prior to January 29th?
Objection. So can you narrow that, Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
I object to the whole line.
And I need to see it, Sidebar.
I want to go see what that one was. What's the question one more time? Let's go back and listen to that. What was he saying? Oops. Sorry, you can't see that yet. Where is my replay's not there yet. 1 second. Hold, please. I need to plug in my camera. All right. Now we get replay. Oh, but you still can't see it. We need a professional in here. Stat. Clean feed to you guys. There we go. What was the question?
Does the text stream data event mean that if you find a text stream data event or a trigger event, does that mean that the airbags are deployed?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with something solid?
It was after that.
Mr. Jackson.
Okay, let's hear this.
You reviewed the raw text stream data associated with the entirety of Miss Reed's vehicle, did you not?
Yes.
All the data.
How many text stream events or triggers were found on Miss Reed's vehicle during the course of the 8-month period prior to January?
Okay, so how many text stream data, so we'll switch back to live here really quickly. How many text stream data reports, how many entries were there on the text stream data recorder in the 8 months prior is what's objected to? And Brennan says, I object, and the judge says limit the time frame. And Brennan says, no, I object to the entire line of questioning. And so that's when the judge said, okay, so I'll need to see what sidebar, because she thinks at least some of it is relevant. The point is that these triggers are rare. Well, if they're super rare, if there's only 2 or 3 in the 8 months before, and there's one right around the time that they think that John got hit, that would be bad for the defense. Brennan objected because this expert is being offered as a reviewer of the 2 reports and none of the text stream data. He reviewed all the data in their reports. And I wonder if he reviewed the data they pulled, if they gave him the full data. He says he reviewed it. I mean, he asked the question. He says he reviewed all the data. So he's basically should be able to answer the questions exactly the same as the other experts who pulled the data. Is Brennan now allowed to object? He's always been able to object. Both sides can object whenever they find something whenever they find something objectionable. To the whole line, I think Mr. Brennan is saying it's not relevant to the case to say how many times did the car record a text stream event. In the 8 months that it was been driven, because it's about an 8-month-old car, prior to that night. Brennan says, "Why does that matter? There's nothing. It's not relevant to the crash." The triggers in 1162 were where the car was being driven onto the. Arguably, could you say that 1162 is the 1162nd text stream data event? I mean, is the math add up? Does it start at 0 when you buy a new car? Alessi asked this of Welcher, and he answered. No, 1162 is the key cycle, and the text stream events happen within a key cycle, right? So the key cycle is recorded in the text stream event, 1162-1 being a 3-point turn, and then 1162-2 being the reverse, the forward and then reversing event. If you asked Welcher the same question, it should come in here, because this expert is here to testify in basically in opposition to what Welcher and Burgess testified to. Remember, Hank didn't want the mileage photo in. Hellcat. Remember, he's from North Carolina. He has better hair than I do. Of course, I'm desperately in need of. I'm getting a haircut today, as a matter of fact. I will be a new man. A new man come Monday. Looks like it's wrapping up right here. Alessi and Yannetti share in a moment. Mr. Jackson hurried back. It looks like
Mr. Jackson,
won.
how much longer? I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm wrapping it up, Judge.
Okay.
It's not going to be long. A few more questions.
I'm not curbing you in any way. We just
understand. Respectfully, it won't be very much longer. You reviewed the tech stream data, otherwise known as the triggers, for the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
How many trigger events did you find in the life of the car?
He's allowed to go in. He won.
Not counting 1162-2.
Let's stop there. Right.
Prior to 1162-2, there were 19 prior events.
And 19 total events, correct?
Correct.
And how many collisions were clocked by any recorder on that car?
None of the events were triggered by a collision.
That's both good and bad for defense.
And last question, do any of the tech stream events or do any of the data that you've reviewed either yourself through Mr. Burgess's report, through Dr. Welch's report, do any of the data indicate that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at any time? Objection.
Ask it differently.
What did you find in terms of, I want to narrow this question to January 29th, 2022. What did you find in terms of any data regarding a collision?
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
So this is a great, Von Solo, why does a three-point turn trigger an event? What was it about that, I mean, if only 19 have happened, so a total of 21, if you count the two that happened on the 29th, 21 times in 8 months, the car has recorded something significant enough to be considered a trigger event. 2 of them were on the day in question.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay.
Is that not bad for defense?
Jurors, we're going to take the morning recess. There's some things that we need to do with the lawyers briefly that we'll have you come back at 12.
40 minutes with the lawyers and morning recess, so 20 minutes of fun, and then a break, so don't go anywhere.
Can I see counsel at Sidebar to save us some time, please?
I'm just thinking this through. If she hit a curb, maybe, but there's no collision registered. I would think this would be bad for the defense to say that 19 times in the 8 months out that Karen Reed has owned this car, she bought it new, 19 times in that history, prior to that day, there had been a trigger event. So if you do the math, 19, 8 months, basically you're a little over two events a month qualify. And then twice on the 29th, where her driving is called into question, she qualified. That's got to sound bad to me. That sounds bad. Weather related? Spinning of the tires? Did the tires spin on the three-point turn as well? That could do it. We'll have to go back and see. It means that triggers occur frequently and never result in a collision. But I mean, frequently, twice a month is not necessarily frequently. If it's an everyday commute vehicle type thing, I don't know. Do you work at home? I think it's quite the opposite. No proof of collision. Hard turns can trigger it. I still struggle with the tire slippage. I didn't get a satisfactory answer from Mr. Burgess when he was explaining that he just took into account the tire slippage and calculated the actual speed. What? Show me the math on how we can tell the tires are spinning, but the car's not moving. I didn't see GPS positioning linked in there. Could hard braking cause triggering? I don't know all the parameters that would qualify as a trigger. Slippage is actually a word. It's crazy. The first time I heard it, I was in probably 7th grade algebra, geometry or something. I think it was geometry in 7th grade. And my teacher was drawing a circle on the board, on the chalkboard, using a giant wooden compass and chalk. And he was trying to show how, as long as you kept the compass locked down, it makes a perfect circle and the ends touch. And every time he tried to do it, it was like a curlicue, and one side was much bigger, and the ends would never match up. And he's like, that's just accounted to by slippage. That was the first time I heard the word. Accelerometer per Welcher, says Butt Dial. Triggers are not an indication of confirmed collision. It's only showing a malfunction or a defect in the vehicle performance matrix. So when you do something and the car does not respond to the way the car thinks it should respond when you do something, that's a trigger event. Skidding tires, spinning wheels, inconsistencies in wheel speeds, where it shows the front end's going faster than the back end, or vice versa. Could be something like that. Let's see if we get the break first, or if we get to, looks like we do get a break first. Jury doesn't come back for 36 minutes. So I'm guessing we get a short break and then maybe some more argument. You have to know what the average Lexus registers as events during a month. This might be what everyone has. Could be perfectly normal. Alley Cat says it's trigger events can be excessive braking or acceleration. I thought he said it was like going forward and then backward, but having the backward be at a high speed, that qualified. Remember the testimony that was the system was put in place because of Toyota sub-acceleration. So over a certain threshold of acceleration will trigger an event. Did you hear about the Cali case that was overturned because of yesterday's witnesses? Are you talking about the Aperture dudes? Got a call come in. Hold on one second. Trying to answer it. And they gone. I tried. One problem, says Cruyff's legacy, one problem of Burgess's second report is that it's similar to Proctor and the ever-evolving evidence appearing over time. They reached the same conclusion. Oh, it's Amber. Amber, hello. What did I do wrong this time?
Hello. I'm not calling to say you did anything wrong.
So this is a butt dial? I'm just kidding.
To answer the last question that you had up on comment or on screen, the California case that comment was referencing is because of Judd Welcher. Dr. Judd Welcher testimony in another case in California. It went up on appeal and was overturned on his
because of his testimony
opinion. Because of his testimony, yes. There's actually several cases in multiple states that's been the case, both state criminal and civil and federal criminal. So, I mean, I have found lots of documents on what opinions Dr. Welcher has given in different cases and the amount of cases that have been overturned. is not greater than how many cases have still stuck, but the amount of cases that have been overturned has kind of been alarming in my opinion, but that's just my 2 cents. The reason I was actually calling, when it comes to triggering events, I want everybody to think of triggering events in terms of how does a body cam activate? How does a patrol car cam activate? When a law enforcement officer activates their lights and or sirens, it triggers the vehicle to activate body cam and record at least video, not audio, 30 seconds prior to the light switch or siren switch being hit. That is a triggering event. Okay? So triggering events can go against the vehicle's data matrix of what it's supposed to do, or it can be set within limitations per the actual manufacturing company, which is why it's not just Lexus, it goes back to Toyota, because Toyota is over Lexus. The manufacturing product is produced by Toyota. So if we think in terms of triggering events, the triggering events are not an indication of an actual confirmed collision. It's just a blip in the matrix that it's logging. Now, if we look at safety parameters for different vehicle manufacturers, ask me how I know so much about vehicles. It's astonishing.
Don't you do medical coding? Is that your profession?
So professionally, I'm in the medical field, and yes, I do medical coding, but I'm also clinically inclined in medicine as well. But I'm also a grease monkey. I grew up in a shop and have turned wrenches my entire life, so my vehicle knowledge is vast. So kind of like my cousin Vinny expert. I kind of have a lot of information about, or I have a little information about a lot of stuff. So anyhow, when it comes to safety in vehicles, arguably, and some in chat may disagree, and we can have this debate on another day, arguably Subaru has been the safest vehicle manufacturer to date and has been for, I'm going to say, at least 10, if not 15 years. Only because I don't quite remember.
Subaru drivers are just that cautious? I mean,
no, it's because of the vehicle matrix. I'm sorry. Goodman Law Firm said I'm 100% right. Ha! Sorry. I haven't been paying attention to comments, so I just saw her highlight my name.
So
totally validated now because of Nicole.
I'm with you. I understand the time frame that this was done. Toyota, Lexus, they had some rapid, unscheduled acceleration. Basically, the car was speeding up on its own issues, and causing crashes, and crashes cause injuries, and injuries sometimes result in death. This is something that the manufacturer wants to stop and put an end to, and so they have a computer system that is tracking those, and this is one of those things. So it's looking for rapid acceleration, and also measuring, how far is the gas pedal down when this happens.
Right. So when you think of triggering events, it's not just how the vehicle is supposed to operate. It's also coded to operate a certain way in the event of, i.e. body cam, patrol car cam. So it has to be programmed to actually trigger that camera activation and recording of 30 seconds prior. Yeah. So it's never an indication of only a collision. That's not what this data says. It doesn't show a collision. It shows a blip in the matrix. I want to clarify something because Nicole then said she's going to disagree because she's lemon-lawed 2 Toyotas. I did not opine on or give my opinion on Toyota as a whole. I've reserved those for
not a sponsor, by the way. Not a sponsor.
Not a sponsor. So just to kind of give some clarity and some a better explanation of what triggering events are and why this data doesn't show a collision. Yeah. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. I want to go back and start talking a little bit about this witness in general compared to the previous witness that testified, both in the same field, both experts, looking at the same data, but aside from the data and the math and the conclusion, the overall witness style, his friendliness, his ease in answering questions, was pretty good. I would say even some of his answers might not have been the best they could have been for the defense. So they seemed quite honest and forthright that way. I'm going to watch.
I'm going to say something.
Yeah.
I'm going to opine on that particular subject with this witness. And I'm going to say, in my humble opinion, this is a stark contrast from West Coast, East Coast, Southern, Northern. Just think of that in terms of where both witnesses are from.
Okay, and we have a Northern East Coast jury. So
right, but we have a Southern East Coast expert who's now broken things down on a more relatable and understandable level.
From North Carolina.
From North Carolina. I wasn't going to just shout out North Carolina. I'm just going to say Southern.
All right. I'm going to watch. I think on cross-examination, I think how this witness performs is going to be very important to his credibility, as we've just seen the contrast with the previous Aperture guys. That's going to be going to be very interesting.
Very stark contrast, and I don't mean anything negative by the differences as an East Coast, West Coast, Northern, Southern. But if you really honestly step back and look at the demographic difference and the cultural difference between East Coast, West Coast, Northern, Southern, all four are very, very different and stand apart from each other. Then you combine East or West with North and South, and it's just it gets even crazier. There's just certain mannerisms that each have, and I think that's what we're seeing is differences in witness testimony. Anyhow, I gotta go. I'll talk to y'all later.
See you, Amber. Thanks for the call. Bye. No way Hank would allow Amber to testify. Yeah, she's not going to get up there. Doesn't the defense, those trigger events are tied to the police towing? I believe there were additional triggers after the time of the incident. So I think them loading the car on the flatbed caused one as well. Another call. We've got some time.
Call
we'll take
from
a couple.
The Throne is Mine.
Hey, the Throne is Mine. How are you doing?
Hey, good. How are you, Scott? Good morning. I'm all tongue-tied now. I got you. Are we on air still?
Oh, yeah, live.
Oh, gosh. I'm like 2 hours behind. I slept in. I woke up. I was like, no.
Got to watch on high
good
speed. Good
morning. I love you. I'll chat. What?
You have to watch on high speed and get caught up.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I was like, I'm backing up. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I slept in this morning. Anyway, I don't know if you read my message. So big news. I've been dying. Okay. So anyway, you know, John Walsh, Adam Walsh, who doesn't, right? Huge case. Well, shocker. That was a Massachusetts case. It's a Massachusetts case. Lead investigator, Proctor. Case is coming in October. They mentioned something about Michael. Right? Hang on. Oh, I heard it on DUI guy.
Okay.
That's before last.
Let's see.
Source reference. Brian Walsh. They mentioned the name Brian Walsh. So I don't know if that's a suspect who they're bringing on trial October 20th.
I have no information about that trial whatsoever. I know that that Proctor, you know, being the position he was in, is tied to a lot of different cases, And
Yeah.
and but the time frame we're in, a lot of those cases are coming to trial right now. So his name popping up in other cases is not surprising, especially in Massachusetts. But his rapid demotion, what do you call it? His firing is definitely going to weigh in on all those cases. That'll be interesting as they happen.
I can't even believe that case is a Massachusetts case. When I ever heard that last night, I was devastated. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Yeah.
We'll see
anyway,
how it goes. Let it play through. But Proctor's going to be a factor.
Absolutely.
So. Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Throwing His Mind. Good to talk to you. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, good to talk to you too. I love you all, chat. Sorry, I haven't really been the old me, so to speak. But nursing this fractured ankle, hasn't been fun. All you with the fractured ankles out there, we're in a club all our own, guys. I feel your pain.
I don't want to join that club. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. Good talking to you.
Thank you. Bye, guys. I love you all. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's see. Brian Walsh faces first-degree unaliving, commonly called murder, misleading a police investigation, other charges in the death of his wife, Anna Walsh. That's the one where the body was never found, right? That's a no-body case. Always a tough one. All right. Next witness, with all the delays of short days and Hank coming eventually, we'll be lucky if the next witness shows up on Monday or Tuesday. I think we'll get to the second witness today. If we're at the morning break, I think
Call
we'll get
from.
there.
Nothing like it.
Nothing like it. How are you doing?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great.
I just wanted to tell you a little tiny story from yesterday because my husband had a case. He had a trial this week, domestic violence, and he in his closing yesterday, the defense just rested without doing anything. But in his closing yesterday, she was putting all these things during the trial, and he said, my wife only lets me cook one thing, and it's spaghetti because I can't mess it up. And when I test the spaghetti, I throw it against the cabinet and see if it sticks, then that means it's ready. I don't know if he said it like that, but that's what he told me last night. And my wife doesn't let me cook spaghetti anymore because she doesn't want the cabinets full of spaghetti.
Because our floor is covered with uncooked spaghetti noodles.
And that's what the defense has basically done in this trial. And I was like, oh my God, I think that Jackson should use that in his closing.
Yeah,
just throwing spaghetti against the wall to see what sticks.
Yeah, it's funny because I think all of us have heard that analogy. You can actually do it. It actually works. Spaghetti, when cooked to the right amount.
Yeah.
If you overcook it just becomes mush. But when cooked right, you can throw it to the wall to see what sticks. When they talk about using that analogy in court, you're basically trying everything, right? Let's see if this works. Let's see if that works. You're just throwing everything against the wall to see if it works. I would not recommend that as an effective method of providing a defense in a case. And definitely not effective for prosecuting. So.
Oh, and you know what else happened to him yesterday? There was a video of the guy, because he was not only a domestic violence dude, he was also a meth addict. So
nice
there was a video of him.
The twofer.
Oh my gosh. It was a video of him kind of, acting really strange and saying things. And the defense, of course, objected and said, you can't use this. It's very prejudicial to my client. And the judge agreed and said, no, this is not probative. It's prejudicial. Let's leave it out. And my husband is right now without an assistant, permanent assistant, because the other one got canned. So he's got like this assistant that jumps around, between different prosecutors. And she forgot to take that video out. And it got played. Oh my God. It was yesterday morning. He called me. He goes, I can't believe this just happened.
Well, it's good to know that tech accidents happen in all professions, not just mine. So
awesome. So the jury got to see it, but how do you disregard that? He's like,
just unring the bell. Just tell him to forget. You did not use the Jedi mind tricks. Juror, I'm going
And the defense
to
is like,
instruct you to
Your Honor.
disregard.
Disregard. So yeah, I want to share that with you guys.
Awesome.
And and it was nice talking to you.
Thank you very much. Good talking to you. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. It's awesome. We've got a lot of different people, a lot of different experience in chat. Nothing like it, obviously. Excuse me. Her husband is in the law profession. We've got lawyers like Nicole in chat, Nicole Goodman, practicing lawyer with us today, as well as we've got people who are victims advocates. We've got people who are in the public defender's office who watch here with us in various places around the country. We've got people who are basically like AZ watches and what do you call that? AZ, what do you call yourself? Let's see, I think AZ's here today. Let's see. Basically a department watcher, who, like an auditor, who watches and makes sure the government agencies don't step out of line, specifically in relation to DCFS and trials involving that. We have former inmates, some more notable than others, who are here. We've got former and current law enforcement that like to watch. Some of the law enforcement that watch stay really quiet in chat and don't participate. I'm not sure they're just like, I'll just lay low, just observe. But it's great to get different perspectives. Court watchers, etc. AZ, thank you very much. And we have insurance adjusters. Yes, we've got people who specialize in a lot of the things that some of these experts are testifying about or have career experience that overlaps in a big way. Mental health folks, always necessary. Thank you very much. We're on them all in the judicial and legislature. Nice, nice. Archaeologist, yeah, throughout your career, generally speaking. I will say mine, I'm a content creator. Archaeologist. Nicola, let me archaeology is a great profession. I have a lot of admiration for the profession. Don't hate me for this. I like metal detecting, and I like digging things up from the past. The methods we both go about in digging things up from the past are very different. A lot of times an archaeologist will analyze an area, map out an area, grid it off, and then very, very methodically remove layers as they go down and map and track everything that orientation was in the relation to everything else down to a desired depth. And then they're done. It's representative of the area. I find the object first, and then I just dig it up. But usually it has to be metal. Retired teacher, clergy person, Greeners. What was Greeners? Currently pursuing. Former firefighter. We have some nerds in house. Medical librarian. Betty Cadetti. That's awesome. That's really cool. Software engineer, math professor, licensed clinical social worker, market research, freight audit analyst, hospital healthcare risk manager. Ooh, I've got a buddy who works in the field very close to that. We've got some truck drivers. We've got a few truck drivers here, quite a few. Often the truck drivers generally weigh in chat. Usually they're not quiet because they when they're driving, they can't talk, but when they pull over, they're like, I've got something to say. I've been listening for the last 20 miles. I wanted to say this. Let's see it. Snarly old ladies watch. Bridge operator for the railroad. That's cool. That's cool. Payroll director. You get to see where all the money goes. Steakhouse managers. Nicole, we need to talk. We need to talk. Where? What state do I need to go in? I'd like to give it a good test. Own a construction company, auto repair shop, and boat and RV storage lot. Virginia, that's awesome. We've got some very entrepreneurial and successful experts here in chat. If anyone's looking for a job, today is the day to be in chat. Yes, make your connection now. Anyway, what I'm saying is it's fun to look at these cases from all our different vantage points and our background and our understanding. Obviously, if you've got experience like Amber did when she called in with cars and with some of the the repairs and the details and how the systems function, even on the electrical and the logging level, that's cool. Funeral director, there's some job security for you right there. Between that and taxes, you can't go wrong. Let's see. I had a friend that before I moved out to North Carolina, his job was to run what he called a pig. He'd run a pig in a pipe. The pig is like a motorized camera system that he'd send down the pipe to analyze a pipe from the inside. The kind of pipes he went in, though, were they're not all oil pipes. Some pipes carry other stuff. Yuck. Do you remember the testimony in Alex Murdaugh case about his vehicle and all the actions they recovered from the vehicle computer? Yes, but I don't remember the details as far as key cycles and everything. I don't think it played as big a part. Mostly I think my brain was numb from all the financial testimony we got in the Alex Murdaugh case. Sunless tanning products. I might need those. The lamps I have here don't do it for me. A retired veteran and retired firefighter. Professional singer and dancer for a birthday song. Donna, you and me both. That sounds great. Union legal assistant for contract negotiations and grievances. There's a fun job. I've got a buddy. Last time I've got a buddy who was a union rep, and he worked at a gold mine. Well, he worked at a copper mine. The copper mine, as a byproduct, produced about 2 truckloads of gold a week. So it produces a lot of copper, but the gold is a byproduct. And I should not tell this story. I'm sorry. I need to not tell that story. You need to stop. On an unrelated note, I was offered gold to buy, little pieces of gold to buy, many pounds of gold to buy, and I turned it all down. I did not want to. I did not like the source of the gold. A table games dealer prior for 12 years. Now I argue for them. Mainly deal with casinos. So you're a union boss for blackjack dealers. That's cool. I'm an online forum moderator. That's cool. Where I see this, you've referenced a couple times the video here about the key cycles, and specifically the key cycle that they referenced there being the wrong one. I remember that from the first trial with Trooper Paul. One mile underground in the uranium mine. Wow. We do have a mosquito counter with Rebecca Bite Me in chat. All the above: craps, baccarat, roulette, carnival games, and sometimes for slot attendance. I love casinos. I love people watching, and you can do so much fun people watching in a casino. Gold from teeth, no gold from the mine. By truckloads, we're talking about armored trucks. Think of like a Brinks truck loaded with gold bars, like 2.5 a week. Little Barb, first-time chatter, but I'm a professional lurker. In my other life, I'm a judge's assistant. Hey, that's cool. Little Barb. I bet you could tell some stories. You could. You probably won't, but I bet you could tell some stories. Welcome. Good to have you here. Long break here, about 8 more minutes before the jury comes back. I thought the judge took a longer break because we had to get some work done, but they haven't come back yet. I was expecting 20 minutes of argument and then let the jury back in, but no, we're still sitting here waiting for everybody to come back. Let's see. Well, we're naming professions. Let me name some of mine. I think my first paid gig, I was a pooper scooper. That's the guy with either the shovel or the wheelbarrow, and they walk behind the float entry that has the horse in it, or the horses, if you're unlucky, and you clean up after the horses, and then you get to push the wheelbarrow with all the scent from the wheelbarrow going ahead of you as you walk through that for the rest of the parade. So that was the first one. That was fun. Worked at a greenhouse. Got fired. Got rehired. Worked at the greenhouse again. They fired me because they hired me too young, legally. So I did not get paid for the first couple days I worked there because legally they could get in trouble for doing that. So that was cool. Worked at a greenhouse. Fun things we did in the greenhouse. I got a frog, one of those sticky finger frog from Florida, because we ship plants from Florida back to the West Coast or up to where we were. And the frog came with the plants. And we were like, oh, cool, you sent us a reptile. And so we shipped them a rattlesnake when we sent plants back down, because I figure, send something local. They didn't find it as humorous as we did. Worked at McDonald's. Like, ding, fries are done. That was me. Let's see, worked at McDonald's. After McDonald's, I did lawn care. Did lawn care for the rich and famous. Like announcers and basketball players and radio people up in the Park City area. That was where the Gwyneth Paltrow ski trial thing went down. We did lawn care for those folks. That was neat. I ran my own painting company just out of high school. Called it Prime Painting. Little play on words. Pretty good, huh? We were terrible. Didn't have many jobs. Did a lot of short-term jobs. I worked for a temporary company, so they'd call me up and say, "Hey, can you work today for a water bottling company?" And I'd go and I'd bottle water, which consisted of hooking up the water truck to the fire hydrant, filling the truck up with water, and then driving it in, and then filling the spring bottled water with the fire truck, the fire hydrant water. We did that. Won't tell you what company. I worked at a factory that made cinder blocks with tile on the side. I was the guy right at the end of the kiln after the tile had been fired onto the brick, and I would grab the brick and stack it carefully. And for gloves, they give you those little soft, little brown, like disposable wool gloves. As you move quickly, it doesn't burn you, believe it or not. Did that. I dug a trench to hide the evidence from an oil spill. It was a one-day job, standing in diesel fuel and oil. Finished that job successfully and then called the EPA. I've had a lot of jobs. Filming. I've filmed for race teams. I've filmed for news. I've filmed for the police. I've filmed documentary stuff. I filmed for a TV show. There was a reality TV, one of the first reality TV shows I filmed for. Lots of stuff. First job was cutting lawns for the neighbors with a push mower, making $5 per lawn. Thought I was rich. I was a ranch hand for a couple weeks. Primary duty was to eliminate the gophers in the cow field. I was given a .22 rifle and unlimited ammunition and a four-wheeler. That was a fun job. Beautiful. Up in Star Valley, Wyoming. I was doing that. Let's see. Goodman Law Firm says, all right, when you filmed for the law enforcement officers, did you run around saying, wee-oo, 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 off camera? No, that was on camera. On camera. It was good. First job was a nanny. I did a babysitting job one time. And, like, as soon as they left, I called my mom, like, what do you do now? It's like, do you just feed the kids and send them to bed? She's like, no, that's in like 3 hours. Like, what do you do for that long? I had no idea. I was not a very good babysitter. I think they went to bed way early. Hollywood special effects makeup artist. I was a victim. It was not a job. It was actually during school. I was a volunteer victim, and we had Hollywood special effects makeup artists make me look like a crash victim. What was your worst job? Probably standing in the diesel fuel with no safety equipment. The fumes from that were just terrible. That was bad. Ever do any Foley artwork? Not that I would get paid for. Milking cows at 13. Worked from 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. Ooh. Dean, that's terrible. I mean, that's a lot of milk. Why is the prosecutor having such a long break before cross? I don't think that's the reason. I think there's something they had to discuss at Sidebar. Of course, now we have about 1 minute before we come back. The camera's shaking a little bit. We might be getting ready in just a moment. Josh says, my current job is test driving wheelchairs. It's a good job. It's a good job. I do that at the grocery stores, at least with the carts, the motorized carts. Oh, telemarketer. Okay, so my experience, I was a sales rep for an office supply company. I would list this in my worst job category, and I can talk about them now because they've gone out of business. And if there was anything, we had some deceptive business practices. Like people would call and say, hey, my boss has told me I need to buy an industrial high-speed paper counter because we need to count the ballots for some election. And so we need a machine that can count thousands of papers in a second, or just really quick. And we sold those. And they're like, you're the only company I can find, but we're a government organization, and we need to have 2 other bids or else we can't do it. And I'm like, hey, guess what? We have sister companies, and we'll send you bids from these other companies as well, and it will look like it comes from a different company, and then you can buy it, and it will come from us. Really shady. So, you don't like buying from ABCDE Office? Well, how about you buy from Office Supply 123 instead? Which was all us, and that was the Heavenly Wood place as well. Yes, we sold church pews and pulpits and podiums and lecterns and everything wood related that you would find either in a court or a church. We sold that. Those were 2 other businesses we had. Anyway, what is the delay in court? The judge, I don't know. The judge said 40 minutes for the break, and we're at 40 minutes right now, straight up. It is 12 o'clock, so any second now we should be back. Off subject, I got a new screaming goat button. Deanie, I hope it's loud. Hope it's great. Stacy says, wait, you were on The Office? I wish. Yeah, me and Dwight were tight. Let's see, in today's stream, Recovery Addict admitted to managing shell companies, burying diesel spill evidence, working as a pooper scooper before of legal age. Yes. All of these things are true. But in that shell company that I worked there, I introduced tech in a new way. I sold things because like that paper counter, that little machine with the paper counter, you take a big stack of paper, and by a stack of paper, I'm talking like 6 or 7 reams of paper on top of each other, and you just slide it into the corner and you hit a button and it goes, and it tells you exactly what the counter is. It's done. It's counted every single one at a time with a little rotating finger with a vacuum on it that goes. It's so quick, and I would use that, and we would set up video cameras, and I'd live stream to the customer while I'm on the phone with them. They're answering questions, and I'm explaining and showing everything. That was amazing. We never once had a walk-in customer in that store. Never once. It was always over the internet. You know what else we sold? We sold ID card machines, like the ones that you sell to driver's license places and police stations and high security buildings. We sold those, and so we would have in stock cards with chips and readers and printers, and of course we got to make our own test cards that we could demonstrate. And sometimes clients might say, well, we want to see how this image looks, say like this badge or this background with the safety, the overlay. And I got a lot of ID badges out of that. I got a ton. So affiliate link, please. I've worked for a ton of companies, just a ton. Okay, we're waiting for court to come back, and it should be any minute now. The plow driver is around the Lucky. I can't say his last name. Lucky, the plow driver, is around the courthouse. That means he may be called as a witness this morning. We have the same sister companies. People will walk out saying they don't like our pricing, and I'm going to company 123 instead. Well, we own that one too. Yeah, it was funny. And with our phone system, we could route calls so that it wouldn't go to the same person. And we'd say, oh, this call has come in before to ABCDE office. Now let's send it to office supply 12345, and we'd have a different salesperson. We were so sneaky. And we're back.
All right. Back in session, you may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan. And Mr. DeSogra, I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up because we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on. And the fans, it's a little stuffy in here, so if you just speak directly into the microphone, that would be great.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Miss Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
I'll allow it. Is that what you're doing?
Is that your opinion?
No, sir.
Are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got in a collision before?
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022 or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, are you?
I think you threw a double negative in there. Can you just clarify what you meant? Yeah.
You are not suggesting to this jury that Miss Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before?
No.
Okay. You're just saying that there's no data on the text string to suggest a collision.
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision.
Right. Text stream data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And in fact, when you talk about text stream data, you know that text stream data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on text stream data.
Not the collision in and of itself, correct?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So there's other things that will trigger text stream data,
Correct.
like sudden acceleration.
The only acceleration trigger that I'm aware of on text stream is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexus calls a PCS, or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Are you sure you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates over 30%, in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
I'm not sure I understand.
You just said pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Now, I'm asking you.
I'm allowing this.
I'm asking you, if someone accelerated Ms. Reed's Lexus at over 30% acceleration, would that cause a triggering event?
I am not sure what you mean by 30% acceleration.
Accelerator, 30%.
Accelerator pedal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of triggers. There's a number of ways that these VCH events can be triggered based on the accelerator pedal angle. I think, is that, yeah.
And what is the percentage from your experience that would create a triggering event?
There's various. Toyota, Lexus calls it high, medium to high is what they put it.
Do you have a number? Do you know the actual data on what percent of depressing the accelerator on the same Lexus as Ms. Reed's would create a triggering event? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage down to this percentage point, no.
There is something different than the text stream data. That's the EDR data, correct?
Yes.
You would not expect, it would be abnormal for the EDR to register data based on a side swipe between a 6,000-pound Lexus and a 216-pound person, wouldn't it?
Objection. I'll allow it.
That would be abnormal to register that data into the EDR, wouldn't it?
I don't know if I would use the word abnormal, but I would state it that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that, but I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's always the case.
You're saying it would meet that?
Would not.
Would not. Okay. And a side swipe or a clip has less force and impact than a head-on collision, depending on the speed, correct?
Generally, yes.
When you are discussing the triggering event, that is the moment that something registers to the car to capture data in the text stream, correct?
Correct.
So if I was to suggest 30% of depressing the accelerator pedal would cause a triggering event, would the triggering event be when it reaches 30%?
Yes.
The event data captures potentially part of an event, doesn't it?
I think we're into semantics a little bit, and I think it depends on what you mean by event.
Exactly.
Because previously we'd been talking about an event as the data, but event can mean a lot of other things.
If an event's only 3 seconds long and 10 seconds of data is captured, then the data will capture more than the event, correct?
Correct.
If the event is longer, 15 seconds, 20, 25 seconds, and the data is only captured for 10, the text stream data only captures part of the event.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Very fair.
So when you're looking at the data, it doesn't tell you about the entire event, correct?
The data only tells us about the window of time the data captures. There's no way to know beyond that from the data.
All of your equations and pluses and minuses and graphs you're talking about deal with the 10-second text stream data that was captured, correct?
They deal with event 1162.2, right, and the 10 seconds it's comprised of. Actually, they really just deal with the end of the event. That's what everything in the Aperture reports reference.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with anything that could potentially happen after those 10 seconds, does it?
No.
Or anything before?
No, it does not.
The triggering event is spot in the middle. It captures 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after.
Approximately 5 seconds. It's not exact.
And you would have to look elsewhere for evidence to know what might have happened before. Yes?
Correct.
And you'd have to look elsewhere for evidence to see or determine what happened after.
Yes.
Do you know at the end of this triggering event, that 10-second window of data, do you know what happened with the defendant's Lexus after that 10-second of data?
No.
You have no idea, right?
I don't.
Okay. I want to just ask you some questions about your background and then leading into this case, if I could. You have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
That's correct.
You've worked for your company for some time.
Coming up on 13 years next month, correct.
You've advanced through the company.
Yes.
You presently are the director of engineering.
Yes.
Are you ACTAR certified?
No.
What is ACTAR?
ACTAR is a body that basically offers a certification in accident reconstruction.
Do you offer services as an accident reconstructionist?
Sometimes.
And you have been hired and come into court and offer opinions as an accident reconstructionist?
In the singular time I've testified in court, it was not specifically for accident reconstruction, it was data analysis.
Okay. You continue your education and you go to a number of different trainings and seminars as well as teach, correct?
Regularly.
And when you regularly go to continuing education, you have quite a bit of continuing education that you've been through, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've been through quite a bit of continuing education.
Yes.
You focus, as part of your specialty, on EDRs, don't you?
That's correct.
Event data recorders?
Correct.
In fact, when you promote your services, that's one of your real specialty, isn't it?
Correct.
And it's something that not only are you schooled on and you go through continuing education, you're well published, aren't you?
That's correct.
And in your publications, you speak primarily about EDR type information.
Yes.
And that's something you are well skilled in, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, forensics or data forensics is a wide field, isn't it?
It is.
And you can do some things or many things in it, but oftentimes people specialize in parts of data forensics, don't they?
Generally, yes.
Well, speaking of you, you specialize in EDRs, true?
Yes.
There is a difference in different subspecialties, isn't there?
In general?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are cell phones, is that a subspecialty in digital forensics?
Yes.
Is that something you're a specialist in?
No.
iPhones, are you a specialist in iPhones?
No.
Have you ever taken any specific training on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever written any papers on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever promoted yourself of having any type of subspecialty as an expert in mobile forensics?
Never.
In any of your continuing education, and you have a vast amount, have you ever taken any classes or seminars in mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever taken any class or study about variances between infotainment systems and mobile forensics?
Classes? No.
Have you ever attended any seminars on variances relative to mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever testified about variances in mobile forensics before you testified in this court today?
No.
Have you ever published anything to do with variances in mobile forensics?
No.
In this case, you had an opportunity to review a number of reports from Dr. Judd Welcher. Yes?
Yes.
And Mr. Shannon Burgess?
Correct.
In reviewing those reports, you've offered your opinions and analysis. Did you ever engage in actually any efforts or study in this case to obtain data?
Could you maybe clarify what specifically you're asking?
Yes. Did you ever yourself, not watch someone else do it, did you ever download or obtain data in this case?
No.
Did you ever test Miss Reed's car?
No.
Did you ever get an exemplar vehicle to run any tests?
I did not.
Did you ever do any actual testing in this case?
No.
And so your role is to look at other people's work and offer opinions and criticisms, basically.
And provide some clarity to the work, but generally, yes.
Clarity for who? Who asked you to provide clarity?
My clients in this case.
Your what?
Mr. Jackson,
Right, okay.
my client.
Did you ever speak to me?
No.
As an expert, when you analyze data, whether you actively got it yourself or not, do you ever give an opinion in paper called a report? You ever write a report?
Yes.
And you've seen reports in this case that you've looked at, correct?
Correct.
A number of reports by Mr. Burgess.
Correct.
Report by Dr. Welcher.
Also correct.
Reports that you're critiquing, right?
Correct.
Did you see Ian Whiffin's reports?
I did not.
How about Jessica Hyde? Did you see her reports?
I did not.
You were asked to consider information from Mr. Whiffin's report.
No.
Well, you were asked to assume that the last user interaction on John O'Keefe's cell phone was 12/32/09.
That was stated in Dr. Welcher's report, so I started my analysis at that level.
So none of the information did you actually personally go and vet or analyze or make any determinations about? You're just critiquing written reports.
Correct.
Oh. Well, as an expert coming into court and testifying and having opinions, you put together a PowerPoint, didn't you?
Yes.
Why didn't you ever put together a report to share the basis of your opinions and the process you went through to arrive at your opinions before you came into court?
Primarily, I wasn't asked to, so I didn't do it. I wouldn't commission work without being asked to do it. And number two, the extent of my work beyond building the PowerPoint was just basic addition, just adding numbers together that already existed in the Aperture reports. So there wasn't a tremendous amount of complexity to what I engaged in.
What about your work product and your calculations? Did you do all this in your head, or did you type it out and go through a computer program? How did you do it?
I used a calculator for most of it, and the tables in my PowerPoint were generated in Excel, which has some calculation capabilities.
Were you ever asked not to write a report?
No.
You had provided an initial PowerPoint.
Yes.
And then you received information from Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
And then you added new slides to your PowerPoint.
That's correct.
Mr. Burgess's report was May 8th?
Yes.
You provided your PowerPoint on May 25th?
Correct.
Okay. Did it take you that long for the calculations between when you got the report and May 25th to put together the new presentation?
No, it didn't.
Why did you wait until May 25th to provide the new information?
That's when I was asked to do it.
What do you mean by that? I just want to see what the date is today. Today's the 30th. When you finished your PowerPoint on May 25th, did you send it to the defense on May 25th?
Yes, I did.
But they had a copy of your PowerPoint on May 25th. Don't be shy.
No, I'm pretty sure it was the 25th.
So it's sustained.
Yeah, if it wasn't the 25th, it would have been maybe the day after, but it's dated the 25th. I'm almost positive I provided it on the 25th.
There's no reason for you to hold on to it for a couple extra days.
No, I think it was the 25th.
Do you know what was provided to the Commonwealth, that report?
No, I don't.
In the 25th, the report that you provided to the defense on the 25th, it had new information in it, didn't it?
It had the information from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. That was the additions.
Why did you wait until the 25th to put it together?
That's when I was asked to do it.
Who asked you?
My clients, Mr. Jackson.
He said, please have this on the 25th.
We had a phone call on the 25th and discussed Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. During that phone call, he asked me to update the presentation, and I did so, and then provided it.
How did the date of the 25th come about? Why the 25th was the date you provided?
That's when he requested it. I think it was a Sunday, actually.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan hasn't
When you
yet
first
addressed
got
the fact
involved
that
in
he
this case,
asked his
it was last fall?
Correct.
An update on May 8th.
And at that time, you received some information that Mr. Burgess wanted to look at the text stream data or the different modules on what you later learned was the defendant's Lexus, correct?
Correct.
There was a proposal from Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess wanted to go back to the car and look at the modules and try to download more information from them, correct?
Correct.
And you then got involved to look at what his request was, the procedure that you wanted to follow.
Yes.
When you did that, were you given any materials about what had happened before you and Mr. Burgess both got involved?
I don't recall specifically, and I don't think so. I think I was just provided the notice of testing that was to be done.
Well, you ended up drafting an affidavit.
I did.
And in drafting an affidavit, you pointed out some oversights of Mr. Burgess, didn't you?
I did.
Determining the oversights required some study of actually the data and the information that was available, wouldn't it?
It would.
So, can we presume that before you wrote the affidavit pointing out the oversights, you had looked at other materials?
If I recall correctly, the notice of additional testing from Mr. Burgess contained attached to it a whole report by him documenting why he thought there was an inadequate initial acquisition, why he thought the sizes were wrong. So I don't remember referencing anything beyond all the information that was contained in that. And whether that was combined by somebody else or not, I don't know. That's how it was provided.
Did you end up looking at the report of Ms. Gaffney and what had happened in the past with the download and search of Ms. Reed's Lexus materials?
If I'm remembering right again, I think Ms. Gaffney's report was also attached to that same singular file.
You learned that the defense expert, Ms. Gaffney, had downloaded data from chips, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Burgess was asserting that there was information missing and believed that there was missing information from the chips.
Correct.
In that form, it's sustained.
It's stricken.
It's stricken.
My apologies. The conclusion Mr. Burgess had is that he believed there was missing information from the chips.
He did. He miscalculated the size of the chips.
Did you do any study to see if there was actually information missing from the original download?
No, I looked at the data sheets for the chips and then immediately realized what the error was. The data sheets specify a size in megabits or gigabits, and Mr. Burgess had written his report in the context of megabytes and gigabytes.
And then you asserted, or you took the position in your affidavit, that there should be no further chip-off, no further study of those chips, other than to ensure the amount of memory was sufficient.
It's not how I recall specifically what I said.
Well, let me read it because I don't want to try to malign your words.
Please.
Mr. Burgess' proposed protocol labeled reattempt chip-off acquisition is unnecessary because the file size of the acquisition performed by Ms. Gaffney already matches the expected memory storage capacity of the components.
That sounds accurate.
If you want to see this, I don't want to read from the document. If you need to see it for action, just let me know.
That's fine. I trust your reading.
However, an acquisition may be conducted for the sole purposes of ensuring the contents of the memory chips have not been altered since the last testing by recording the checksum.
Yes.
Did it cross your mind at that point that there was important data in those modules that was not seen or recovered or obtained by Ms. Gaffney?
No.
Did you want to know when Mr. Burgess was looking for more data, more information, what he thought was missing?
He stated, I think, in his report or affidavit, I'm not sure what it was, but he stated what he thought was missing was there was a physical size difference. So he thought there was not corrupt data, but just missing chunks of data.
Log on information, you've heard of that. Ignition on and ignition off information.
Yes.
And an infotainment system. That's important information when you're reconstructing an accident, isn't it?
It could be.
Well, you read information in this case. Pretty important in this case, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
And so you would not want to engage in that process without this pretty important information, would you?
Which process?
Of an accident reconstruction?
Sorry, so can you restate it, the whole question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said you have some experience in accident reconstructions.
Yes.
Don't you want all the data available? More data, the better?
Generally, yes.
You wouldn't want to ignore data on purpose, would you?
No.
I mean, as a data analyst, the more data, the more you get to look at.
Yes.
And so the power log on information that actually has date and time, that's critical in an accident reconstruction, isn't it?
In some accident reconstructions. In some, there's no debate about when a vehicle was on or off, but if there is, then yes.
Not just on and off. The power log on and off gives you the date and time that you can match with the text stream data, correct?
Yes, it does.
You know text stream data itself doesn't have date and time.
It can, this vehicle didn't. It can, but this vehicle did not.
This had a running time instead. Like
That's
a stopwatch.
Correct.
So this data that was not found during the initial process, that was critical data at the time.
I don't think prior to the process anyone knew that this particular Lexus infotainment system stored those key on and key off times.
Right. The only person that found this out was Shannon Burgess.
He found it in the process, but I don't think anybody knew in advance of this case. There was nothing out there about it. So to my knowledge, this is the first time that this specific data has ever been released into the wild.
But it was on the board there. If someone knew what to look for or got creative, they could maybe find it.
Yes. More so to your if got creative, because I don't think anyone would have been able to have the foreknowledge that there would have definitely been that.
Shannon Burgess did.
Objection. Sustained. I'll strike it.
And when Shannon Burgess went to obtain that data that everybody else overlooked or didn't know about, you went with him.
Yes.
So you had a process where he was going to now control the data and take the information that was left behind and remove it from the infotainment board, correct?
He actually never specified anything about the SD card in that initial notice. So it was a departure from his protocol, and it was a little surprising to me when I got there that the protocol was written with a specific focus on a number of other chips, and it became very apparent to me very quickly that the focus was not on those chips, and the focus was on this SD card that had previously been unmentioned. There was nothing in there about that prior to that.
Did it offend you, or were you impressed that he had found that?
I was a little confused because I went into it with an expectation. Generally, if we write a protocol, we adhere to the protocol. If we're going to deviate, we have a discussion about deviations. So I was just surprised. It's not customary to sort of shift out of nowhere. But other than that, I did not know what to think of it because I'd never heard of that.
Did you give any input? Did you have any knowledge about the SD card and how it worked?
No.
So when you watched Mr. Burgess remove the SD card, did you appreciate he'd have to engage in what you call reverse engineering?
He did not elaborate to me exactly what his whole process was at first. It sort of came out as time progressed through the first day in his office in Texas, and then I learned more as we moved to the second testing in Massachusetts. But he didn't explain it to me in one go.
Did you, at that point, understand or appreciate the relevance of the SD card relative to the infotainment system and what it could do as far as the amount of information that could then be available?
He never spoke throughout the 3 days at all about what kind of data he expected from the card or would be on the card or could be. He made no mention of the data.
Not what he said to you, but given your expertise, did it ever dawn on you the significance or importance of this SD card that was sitting in plain sight?
Objection. Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did it ever dawn on you, as Mr. Burgess was recovering this information left behind, that there was something important or significant about it?
At the time, I thought it was a possibility. If you reference the initial work, a number of different memory components were identified in this infotainment. There isn't a singular memory chip. So if we're looking for data, it could be in any of them. So we found a new source of data storage, and there could be something there, there could be nothing there. It was unknown to me.
But it turned out there was.
There was.
Now, when you were watching Mr. Burgess work as an expert, if you felt like there was something inappropriate or he had some great oversight, you could write a report about that, couldn't you?
I could.
Did you ever write any report in this case?
No.
So you never wrote a report for your preparation of coming in and your data in the PowerPoint presentation, right?
Correct.
You never wrote a report regarding any of your observations of Mr. Burgess?
Correct.
You said that he didn't say anything. He spoke to you quite a bit during the process, didn't he?
He did.
He showed you what he was doing?
He did.
He explained to you what he was doing?
He explained the process. I think you had asked me earlier about whether he explained the data, and he didn't.
He demonstrated great proficiency, wouldn't you say?
He ended up with a successful acquisition of the card at the end of the process.
When you are considering all your equations, did you consider the timing information taken from the SD card that Mr. Burgess found regarding power on and power off of that car?
Yes, to the extent that he considered it in his own report. Again, I'm referencing his report.
But how about you? You're coming in here giving an opinion saying what's better or best practice or right. How about you? Did you consider, you personally, the one who's giving the opinions, did you consider the significance of the power on, power off data as it relates to all these times?
Yes.
Yes? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I considered it. If that's the question is, did I consider it? I considered it.
Did you do any study yourself?
No.
Now, we agree, or you agree, that there are variances between different devices.
Yes.
So a Lexus clock that comes from the infotainment system is very common that it would be different than a different device like an iPhone.
Specifically this Lexus, I don't know if we can make the statement that it's common or not, because, again, this is the only time that I know of that this specific data has been analyzed. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Did you say on direct examination that variances between devices are common?
Variance between devices are common.
In a variance of 45 seconds, that wouldn't be remarkable on different devices. It's common in the industry.
Correct.
And in your business, that's an accepted amount.
I'm not sure what you mean by accepted. The amounts are what they are, and we have to correct for them. I've done analyses of clocks that are anywhere from completely correct, 1 second off. I've done analyses of clocks that are 25 years apart. So it's a wide range of possibilities.
I understand your point.
Yeah.
If you see, as an analyst, a 45-second variance or 30-second variance, that wouldn't shock you, would it?
No amount of variance would shock me, is the answer.
I want to ask you questions and go through your PowerPoint. And I want to ask you your specific opinions and how you arrived at certain claims that you've made.
Sure.
Okay? If we could put up Mr. DeSorga's new PowerPoint, 52525. You've made a modification to your PowerPoint?
Yes.
You've made an amendment to your PowerPoint?
Yes.
So there was something that happened, you received new information or new data, and you updated or changed your PowerPoint.
I did.
And that's an appropriate thing to do when you receive new information, isn't it?
Yes.
If you have new data, you don't want to leave it behind. You want to make the best presentation with the best data you can.
I'd want my presentation of the data to be as accurate as possible, so I included all the data.
And you would expect that from any expert, wouldn't you? If they received new information or analyzed new data and it was important, it would be an appropriate best practice to update the PowerPoint or information they're providing, wouldn't it?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I don't know if I would tell other experts what their best practices are. I would say, generally as experts, we do work that our clients ask us to do. So if we're asked to do it, we do it. If our clients say, hey, don't do that, then we don't do it.
Well, you like the phrase best practice on direct, so I'm just wondering if I can borrow that phrase.
Sustain.
Okay. We can turn to page 2. Now, this is taken from Dr. Welcher's report.
Yes.
And again, you did no testing whatsoever. You just read
I did
the report.
not.
Did you read all of Dr. Welcher's data, the gigabytes and gigabytes of data? Did you go through it all?
Not every slide, no.
Not just the PowerPoint. I mean the actual massive amount of data in his study. Did you go through the data?
Oh, no, I didn't look at any of the data.
Did you ever speak to Dr. Welcher?
No.
And so when you are making assumptions on what he thought or how he analyzed, you're just guessing.
I am looking at what Dr. Welcher put in his trial presentation, and my assumption that's baked in there is that he's going to stand behind the things he says in a presentation, so I'm taking them at face value, but as being correct.
Well, it's not a matter
I'm
of
not guessing.
It's not a matter if he's going to stand behind it. You don't know why he put something in here. You just see it on the paper. You don't know what his thought process was, did you?
To an extent, yes, because I understand how the exemplar testing by Aperture laid the foundation to align the key-on events in the infotainment to the Lexus VCH events.
When Dr. Welcher made his PowerPoint, do you know whether or not he was relying on 154, on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, stamp 154, as the end of the event as opposed to the beginning of the three-point turn, 1162-1?
Based on the math he uses, that's the implication. He puts a number on the screen that the only way you could reach that number is by making that assumption. So when I looked at the math, yes, that assumption seems baked into the math he did.
So this seems like it's baked in that he was assuming 154 on John O'Keefe's phone was the end of the three-point turn.
Not on this slide, on a later slide, but yes.
Okay. And you said that variances, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, they're very common when you're comparing two different devices, right?
Yes.
Okay. Turn to the next page, please. You point out 2 times for the jury, the Lexus event 1162-2 ends 1231-43, right?
Yes.
And that's based on the clock in the infotainment system.
That time is based on 2 things, the clock in the infotainment unit and the cumulative key-on timer in the text stream data. So it's a combination of 2 values.
Which is the running clock.
Correct.
Right. And that is compared or contrasted or coordinated with the log on off time that was found on the SD card. Yes?
Yes.
And without that SD card, we wouldn't have that time now, would we?
Correct.
Okay. 123209 isn't something you analyzed, but you just read in the report that that is information from Ian Whiffen suggesting or taking the position that was the last user interaction John O'Keefe had with his cell phone, 123209.
That's how I understand it. There was a phone lock at 123209. I did not look into the underlying reports from where that came.
And you know those are 2 different devices, 2 different clocks that will have a variance.
Yes.
You mentioned trigger event, and you said that your preference is to, when you're doing times, to point it from the actual trigger event, and there was a little slap for emphasis to target you on that, right? The trigger event. That's not a standard practice or a protocol that is supported by any type of literature, is it?
It's the methodology I teach, especially in the class I teach on the analysis of heavy vehicle data. We have the exact same problem with heavy vehicles. They all have clocks on them. And so, in fact, I do a lot of clock adjustment on heavy vehicles relative to other sources. And the way I teach it, the way I'm not the only instructor, collectively, the way we all teach it is we generally start the analysis at the trigger, which is not to suggest you have to do that. It's not wrong to do it a different way, but that would be let's call it the default methodology.
The default methodology, do you have any professional literature that says that is the best time to start the analysis?
Not literature. I mean, that's sort of my opinion, because that introduces the least amount of variables. Once you start trying to align events off of subsequent times, you just introduce more addition and subtraction or math you have to do. So it's easiest to do T0 and align everything from there.
If you're lining up the end of one event with the end of another event, it's more coordinated than if you take it from different spots, isn't it?
That could be a scenario where then you wouldn't use it. Right. Like I said, it's not the only way, but it's the default way.
I don't disrespect your method, but there are other ways to do it that are just as legitimate as the trigger knot.
Absolutely. And that's why I didn't change the convention here. I used their convention,
so you're
apertures.
Not suggesting that Mr. Burgess was being misleading by choosing the endpoint when he pronounced that's exactly the point he was considering, are you?
No.
And so the word cherry picking, you're not saying he was cherry picking, are you?
I don't remember the context in which I used the word cherry picking, but I don't think it was with respect to a trigger alignment.
So there's no legitimate professional basis of suggesting your way is better or worse than going from the front or the end of the event?
No.
So you're not offering criticism on that. So just so I understand.
Not criticism. I pointed out that it's not typical, and I pointed out not even to say specifically that it's not typical, because even that, to your point, might sound critical. I just want to be clear that I adopted their convention. It's not the way I would have done it, but I kept that convention consistent in my analysis, so I wasn't changing in the middle, trying to obfuscate what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. So if someone's looking end to end, you're not going to add 5 seconds. It's if someone went from middle to end.
Could you give me that?
Yeah, you were suggesting those questions about, well, since you're looking at the end instead of the middle, then you got to add another 5 seconds on. That's not really an accurate analysis if you're looking at a comparison from end to end. You wouldn't then add the 5 seconds to the time of the trigger because you're starting at the end from both devices.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it if you can answer it in that form.
It's going to depend on if you're doing an alignment with something that is a range of values, then you have to be consistent on where you're doing it. If you're doing discrete points, then that's just a single point in time. There's no beginning or end. It's just a single second. So the best answer I can kind of give is it depends on what you're doing.
Well, in this case, they were basing it off the end of the event, the end, not the trigger, the end, comparing it comparatively to the end of a different device. So you wouldn't just add 5 seconds just for the heck of it.
You would not add 5 seconds for the heck of it.
You see 12:32:09 minus 12:31:43, the middle line, equals 26 seconds. Isn't that in Dr. Welcher's slides before, let me phrase it more cleanly, before Shannon Burgess analyzed the data more closely on May 8th, in his May 8th report? Isn't this the exact difference in time that Dr. Welcher cites in his PowerPoint, 26 seconds?
Objection. I'll sustain it in that form.
Did you see, when you reviewed reports, that Dr. Welcher uses this exact number, plus 26 seconds in his report?
I got the number from the PowerPoint.
I'm sorry,
not the report, but that is all of the numbers here on this slide are from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint. And on the previous slide, I show that. So these are all just copied straight from that.
And you've labeled this John's interaction window.
I did.
Okay. Interaction window. Do you think it might be confusing when you use interaction window to make it seem like the event was limited to 10 seconds?
No, and that's not the implication there at all.
That's not what you're trying to say.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
If I can clarify what I mean by interaction window is that there's
please do
a range of times that we end up with when we start running these adjustments. So we never land on a singular point of alignment. We end up, like I show at the end, with 30 points. That's the window that I'm talking about. That's the window that I mean.
So if we could put up page 33 from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, just to illustrate the point you're trying to help us with. Line that a little for me. So this represents, you've seen this, right?
It looks familiar, like it's from one of his slides. And if I've seen it, I did not spend a lot of time digging into it.
Does this look like the 10 seconds of data that would be captured from a triggering event in a text stream data? Objection.
I want to see you at Sidebar.
All right, we got a sidebar. Here's what I gathered from this line of questioning. First of all, Brennan came in swinging, right? He came in hot. This is what he is known for. We've seen this previously. He has the ability to really bring the heat and to dial it up, and he's done that with this witness. He got some great points in, but if we go back and analyze what he was asking, the questions, this isn't new information. This is something literally that AJ covered with him on direct, that you didn't do your own study. You're only asked to review their reports. You didn't do any extra gathering of data. The way Brennan makes it sound, it's a bad thing, but he's like, I was only hired to review what these other two people did. That's it. That's all I've got. Sorry, I've got a video playing in the background. It's super loud. But he presents it in a very snarky way. He's had a couple side comments be objected to and sustained, and some even stricken. So he's bringing the snark. The witness, on the other hand, I've got to give the witness a little bit of credit here. He is answering directly to questions. Compare this, if you will, to Dr. Welcher, who wanted to rephrase or couch the answer in a different wrapper when on cross. This one is being very direct, and when saying you didn't do any of this, is it? No, I didn't. You didn't consider? No, I didn't. Nope, I didn't. Nope, I don't. I don't have an expert. I don't have that certificate. No, I don't. He's answering very well, so his believability factor is high. His credibility might be a little lower in that he doesn't have the same. How do I say this? The weight of the evidence that he offers might be lower in that his whole job is to just pick problems apart in someone else's findings. So we'll see. But he shows very believable. So the irony in some of the questioning from Mr. Brennan is hilarious. A little bit when we look back and think, I wonder if the jurors are thinking about him asking about, you changed your report. Why do you give a new report? Because I was asked to. When his own witness, Mr. Brennan, told us out of the blue, just surprise, he just delivered a report. Got this update. It benefits me. That witness or the one after said that Mr. Brennan actually asked for it, but we'll see. It's believable because it's common sense. He's just doing the math. Has Hank opened the door to defense asking if it's unusual to submit a new report without being asked by the client? I think we've already covered that with his other witness as well. Let's see. When he said, I don't commission work without being asked to, it was too good. That was good. And his report had to be changed because the report he was doing a report on had been changed. Correct. The math is wrong because this guy used the wrong point, 154 and 155. Nicole, I have to go back and see that. I did not see it. I could not find where that is off. I think if he had made a mistake, we'll hear it. If we haven't heard it yet from Brennan, we would. He's picked him apart on a lot of details. If the mistake was made, I think Brennan's going to call it out. Otherwise, I'd say he probably did it right. Did you catch when he said that he doesn't do reports unless he's commissioned? Yes, that was funny. That was the only. That's as close to a zinger as we've had from the witness, and it was given in a way that wasn't meant to be a mic drop. Like it didn't come with that snarky snapback that you'd expect from a snarky witness. So I think it hasn't made him look bad in any way. But interesting. He's not done. He's facing some more cross. He's got some more things to answer to, and Mr. Brennan is not going to go lighten up on him for any reason. We heard it from Burgess and Welcher. You can see 155 on the map. The thing is, all he did was look at Burgess and Welcher's timestamps and measurements. He didn't recalculate anything. I don't think there were any mistakes on the math there. We can all play nice in the sandbox. Yes, we can. Thank you, Rebecca. Appreciate it. Blocking people we don't like in chat isn't acceptable. Of course it is. Telling people that you blocked someone in chat might get you blocked. We don't need to hear that somebody's leaving if they don't like it here. You can just leave. That works. That's great. I don't want you to be miserable watching court. If there's a better place you could watch, please do. But announcing to everyone else that you're going to make it better by deleting somebody's comments on your screen or something, we don't need that. Amber, you got just seconds before we come back. What's up?
I was calling to pull Chat Mom card because chat's getting a little unruly with comments. So make no mistake, we welcome all opinions here, and we don't put others down because our opinions may have not quite aligned so well. So let's all take a deep breath. It's Friday.
So jurors, we're going to
it's almost lunchtime. Let's not be hangry, or I'll time you out until Monday.
Yep, sounds good, Amber. We're back. Thanks.
Please rise for the jury.
The jury's going to lunch. I missed the time we're coming back. Hang on one second. Let's see if we can hear that again.
For the luncheon break, it took so long here to make sure that we could give you a nice full hour lunch break. So we'll
Full hour. Okay. Get a full hour of lunch. That's good. And they're gone. They're gone. We're off to lunch. All right, so we get a full hour, which is great. It is 12:54. I expect Mr. Brennan to lead up. He has not given us his best work yet with this witness. I expect it to get spicier. I do expect that he's going to continue making comments like he has, which will be objected to and probably sustained. He is trying to rattle this witness. The witness has been fairly unfazed. I'm going to use unfazed instead of the other F word that I used earlier. Unfazed and has been fairly consistent and comfortable under the questioning. So we'll see if that gets any better or if he gets rattled. First of all, if Mr. Brennan can point out a mistake that this witness made, I think that'll get under his skin. That's, I think, all it takes. He's fairly confident in what he's presented and doesn't believe there are any mistakes. If you can point out a mistake, that will get him, and then you could really rattle the witness. But other than that, I don't think you didn't do any things yourself, and isn't Mr. Burgess so incredible for finding an SD card? Yay, you did. It's great. It's wonderful, but you're trying to measure up to experts and see who's cooler. And this one is saying, this is all I did, and here are my findings, and I stick by them. So have a cookie. Have a cookie. I do like this guy. I think he's great. I also want to see him under pressure. I want to see his findings scrutinized by Mr. Brennan. If there's an error in there, I want to see Mr. Brennan get him with a gotcha and see how he handles that. Or if he doubles down, and anyway, it's going to be good. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a lunch. All right, the music, please. Some of us want to eat. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that for sure. but I have to build the portal that will take us to the afternoon session so you guys don't miss anything that happens. Let's see, reuse that one. We're going to go to we're on day 24. Can you believe that? Day 24. Part 2, and we're going to be coming back at 1:45. Just give you enough time to eat lunch. Good. All right, portal is built. We're all ready. I will hit the music button so you guys can get your... it should have like a Pavlovian response in you right now. Lunchtime, when you hear this music, you should start salivating and thinking, oh, I'm hungry. I need to eat. That's what we're going to do next. Hannah was first in chat. That's awesome. All right. Just finalizing the portal so that nobody gets lost in the jump. And we're good. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe to go live this afternoon in about 45 minutes with the afternoon session of day 24 of the Karen Reed trial, part 2. Part 2 of trial 2. It's not even a good way to say that. We'll be back. We're going to portal you over. If you want to consider this conversation respectful with each other in chat, we encourage you to do that. We'll be back before trial starts, so you won't miss a minute of it. So look forward to seeing you all there. I'm going to grab something to eat because I think I'm on my own. I think Mrs. R.A. took the kids and went to a museum. So I'm going to rummage around in the fridge and see what leftovers are there. You guys, be good to each other. We'll see you when you get back. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.